Heffel is very pleased to present the Luc Plamondon collection, A Lyrical Legacy. It's a very important single-owner collection that reflects his creative vision. Luc Plamondon is really a francophone legend. For a pop artist, a lyricist, he's written mega hits for Céline Dion, Isabelle Boulay. He's really well known for his rock operas like Starmania and La Légende de Jimmy. What defines his work is a direct narrative voice and a very emotional voice, and you see that translated in his collection, which is full of very bold abstraction.
Une des œuvres fortes de la collection est Sans titre de Serge Lemoine, qui fait partie de sa série Bleu, Blanc, Rouge. Initié en 1969, Lemoine s'impose une règle très simple, peindre uniquement avec ces 3 couleurs pour les 10 prochaines années. Évidemment, on pense tout de suite aux couleurs du Canadien de Montréal, mais pour Lemoine, c'est plus qu'un simple clin d'œil au hockey. Pour lui, c'est une façon de rapprocher l'art à la culture populaire et à quelque chose de profondément ancré dans la culture québécoise. Ce qui est intéressant avec la série Bleu, Blanc, Rouge, c'est que Lemoine réutilise et retravaille des détails de composition antérieure dans des nouvelles peintures. Notre sans-titre est en fait un détail du tableau Blow Up, qui lui-même est un détail du tableau Le Joueur de 1975. L'œuvre a aussi été exposée au Musée d'art contemporain en 1976. C'est un tableau très fort qui résume bien l'approche de Lemoine. Quelque chose d'accessible, profondément ancré dans la culture, mais de très réfléchi sur le plan pictural. Ensuite, nous avons Structure rythmique vert-bleu de Guido Molinari qui date de 1966. C'est un superbe exemple de sa série des bandes verticales, qui est probablement sa série la plus reconnue et la plus importante. Cette série arrive à une période clé pour la carrière de l'artiste. Donc en 65, il participe à l'exposition The Responsive Eye au Museum of Modern Art à New York. Et en 66, il obtient la bourse John Simon Guggenheim, qui va lui permettre de doubler l'espace de son atelier et travailler à une plus grande échelle. Ici, avec Structure rythmique vert-bleu, on a une palette qui est réduite, rouge, bleu, vert, jaune, et les bandes de couleurs semblent régulières, voire presque répétitives. Mais lorsqu'on regarde un peu plus attentivement, on réalise que la séquence de couleurs change constamment et que le tableau n'est pas aussi prévisible qu'il peut en avoir l'air. Enfin, nous avons Sans titre de Marcel Ferron. Peinte en 1959, cette œuvre s'inscrit dans un moment charnière de la carrière de l'artiste. À ce moment-là, elle est à Paris et sa pratique évolue énormément. Elle va avoir accès à des nouveaux pigments, des toiles plus grandes grâce à une bourse du Conseil des arts du Canada et elle va utiliser des outils aussi beaucoup plus grands, donc des palettes dégradatoires qu'elle va parfois faire fabriquer sur mesure. Et tout ça se sent dans sa composition. On est dans une toile qui est extrêmement libre, énergique, avec des gestes expansifs, très assumés. La composition s'organise autour de champs de couleurs qui s'entrecroisent dans une composition qui est très maîtrisée, mais qui conserve quand même l'apparence de spontanéité. Donc, c'est une abstraction qui est très, très forte et qui s'inscrit dans les grands courants internationaux de l'après-guerre, mais qui conserve quand même une sensibilité très québécoise, un peu comme Luc Plamondon lui-même.
Luc has a very confident eye. It's a very distinctive collection featuring Quebec modern artists from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, even the 80s. You see abstraction, you see Molinari, Ferron, Letendre, Gervais, Lemoine, Toussignan, all these iconic artists which will be coming up this spring and in the fall in our live auctions and also in some curated online auctions we'll be hosting throughout the year.
This spring season at Heffel in 2026, we're embarking on our 31st year of auction history. And what a stellar lineup we have. We have the AAA list of Canadian artists and beyond, featuring museum quality works by Riopelle, Lauren Harris, Thompson, E.J. Hughes, and many others.
At Heffel this spring, featured on the cover of our catalog is an incredible Tom Thompson painting. In Tom Thompson's passing, Lauren Harris went through the inventory, and this was one of only 20 or 30 paintings that Harris wrote on the back, first class. When you look at the painting and the brilliant sky and the dapples of color in the foreground, middle ground, and background, it certainly is one of Thompson's best paintings and one of the best Thompsons that Heffel has had the pleasure to bring to market. This painting's remained in the Thompson family for many, many years, and then it was acquired by an important Canadian collector. Our understanding is that when the Thompson family had it for many years, they actually kept this painting in a bank vault, and it's in absolutely original condition. It's an incredible Thompson sketch.
Hughes' Coastal Boats near Sydney is a masterpiece. It graces the cover of the famed Vancouver Art Gallery retrospective exhibition curated by Ian Thom. And it's, in the opinion of Ian Thom and many Hughes aficionados, it's one of the finest, if not the greatest, Hughes created. Late in the 40s, the famed Lawrence Harris arrived and moved to Vancouver. He was a pivotal figure. He was also a leader in spawning and supporting the young up-and-coming BC artists, with E.J. Hughes being one of his chosen favorites. He arranged an exhibition for E.J. Hughes in 1951 at the University Faculty Club, which was a pivotal exhibition for the artist. It introduced him to the art dealer Max Stern of the Dominion Gallery, Montreal, but additionally, related to this work, it caught the attention of Dr. Jack Parnell. Dr. Parnell recommended the BC College of Physicians to buy 2 masterpieces from the faculty exhibition, with Coastal Boats near Sydney being one of them.
Heffel is very excited to offer an extremely rare and important canvas by Jean-Paul Riopelle from a pivotal moment in his career. The 1950s are really the years where Riopelle came into his own as a painter, but it's the years preceding this in the late 40s and the early 50s which really developed the direction that his painting would take in the next decade. Son Titre comes from 1950, at a time when he was finding success internationally while living in Paris, and coming off his first solo show at Galerie La Dragon in 1949, and really developing his unique approach to abstraction. The major advance in Riopelle's painting at this time was a breakdown between the dichotomy of figure and ground into a flattened field of color. It still has these loose gestural rhythms with these almost calligraphic marks, but at this point they alternate between coming together in these dense knots and traversing the canvas. Importantly, these are painted over and within this densely packed terrain of mosaicked color. These tessellations of pigment are applied directly with the palette knife to get these overwhelming densities of movement and color. On first blush, it looks uncontrolled or spontaneous or expansive, but it becomes apparent that it's all underpinned by this very energetic, assured sense of structure. So you get this interplay between expression and control that's held in such a compelling tension that makes Riopelle's canvases from this period so celebrated.
At Heffel, it's always a prize to have a lot consigned with a stellar exhibition history. This Colville behind me was featured and reproduced in a major exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It was an incredible period for the artist. If you look closely at the halter, either gentleman could be holding and leading the animal. So those are questions that provides tension to the composition that force you to go further into the psychological intellect of the work itself. Colville is a master at taking a subject like a cattle show and elevating it to a point in time that's frozen but engages the viewer to really think a little bit more deeply about what's happening, the interrelationship between the figures and the stock, and the overall composition and sparkling magic of a true masterpiece by the artist.
In the early 1910s, the Toronto activist Flora MacDonald Dennison ran the Bon Echo Inn on the shores of Mazenal Lake in eastern Ontario. Dennison would invite artists to come and stay at the inn for the summer, and it became an important locus for a community of artists to come and explore and paint the lakes and landscapes of Bon Echo. The inn had a front row view to the dramatic sheer cliffs of Mazenal Rock, and the site would become a subject for many of the best artists of the day, including many of the Group of Seven, and especially Arthur Lismer, who visited twice in 1921 and 22. Lismer found the scale and drama of this rock formation to be an extraordinarily captivating subject, and he produced a series of major canvases of the cliff over those years. While many of Lismer's paintings of Mazenal Rock are painted from a lower perspective, generally at the waterline, Bon Echo Rock is notable for its elevated viewpoint, looking down and across the cliff face in a way that emphasizes its geometry as much as its scale. Lismer renders the scene in a very loose but structured style with a very expressive color palette of greens and yellows and ochres and purples to capture the effect of sunlight against the rock. The scale of the scene is punctuated by these 2 trees in the foreground, really their own subjects in the painting. Twisting pine and a stark white birch or aspen, as well as these little scrubs in the front and these sort of curls of pine on the cliff itself. And all of this is before a sweep of sparkling water that leads to distant hills. Bonnacha Rock is the only major canvas remaining from Lismer's series in a private collection.
Consigned from an important Nova Scotia estate, we're delighted to have a major mature period Emily Carr oil and canvas. One of the rarest treasures in Canadian art is an Emily Carr canvas. When the Emily Carr Trust was created and pieces were picked for the province of British Columbia, and it's now housed in the Vancouver Art Gallery collection, most of Emily Carr oil and canvases went to the province of British Columbia. So there are fewer oil and canvases on the market than oil and papers, for example. And this Emily Carr canvas of Quatsino, BC is painted in 1937, which is the height of her mature period. First Nation subject matter, and it's just an incredible painting. You can see the community house and the movement of the painting. One thing that captures me is the hint of the forest in the background behind the community house, and then the brilliant BC landscape. Once Emily Carr gets into her mature period, there's a flowing movement to the canvas that really captures the essence of British Columbia. This sale's been years in the making. It's been an honor to share them with our clients across the country. It's going to be really exciting to see what transpires auction night.
Heffel contacted me as an expert in old master paintings to look at this problem work they had coming up in the Hudson's Bay collection auction. This painting, which had been described with an attribution to the workshop of another artist, Antony van Dyck, was clearly not by Van Dyck at all, and of great quality as well. I knew the work of Sir Peter Lely. Lely had one of the largest workshops for portraiture in the second half of the 17th century, working out of his Covent Garden studio. But my first reaction in seeing the original was almost like an electric shock, and I thought right away that this was an original painting of real quality, and the research really stemmed from that initial attraction to the picture. We know from Prince Rupert's age that the portrait must date to 1650, 1660, just working from the likeness in the canvas. We know that Prince Rupert was painted by Antony van Dyck, but Van Dyck died in 1641, and Rupert was painted really as a young man by Van Dyck, and clearly he's a much older figure here as a military commander as well. There's a scene of battle which probably references his role in the English Civil War in the 1640s. We know a documented version of this portrait was sent to Florence in 1674, but we know from the Hudson's Bay Archive records that Prince Rupert himself donated this very picture to them in 1670. And there was a documented reference to the painting in 1821, still as Sir Antony van Dyck, in the HBC archive when they did an appraisal of their collection. So, and that 1821 reference mentioned this portrait with the wrong attribution, but did say that Prince Rupert donated the painting in 1670 when he became the first governor of the Hudson's Bay Company. When I saw the painting, I reacted right away to particular visual clues. The painting is beautifully thinly painted, and only the master could really work in that style. It also has this interesting sort of black patch of paint behind the head, which was the way the master started to lay in the features. And then you notice that the facial features themselves are handled in plainer, almost simplistic fashion, but deceptively simple, in that again it takes great expertise to lay in the face that way. But the most telling detail for me is this electric red flash on the upturned cuff, which put in there almost like a signature. It has this amazing liquid fast handling, which again only the master would tolerate. It led me to believe, with all these other circumstances, the 1670 date and the handling made me realize that this has to be this original of originals that Lely would have made and then passed over to his assistants to make copies from. It is an extraordinary discovery for British art history to find a new Lely, to recover a picture like this from just oblivion in a sense. But for Canadian art, it's doubly important to have a provenance picture back to 1670 by one of the greatest artists of the day. It will be interesting to see the fate of the picture at auction. It really is part of Canadian patrimony now, so it would be wonderful if it stayed in the country. So let's hope.
Heffel is very pleased to present the Luc Plamondon collection, A Lyrical Legacy. It's a very important single-owner collection that reflects his creative vision. Luc Plamondon is really a francophone legend. For a pop artist, a lyricist, he's written mega hits for Céline Dion, Isabelle Boulay. He's really well known for his rock operas like Starmania and La Légende de Jimmy. What defines his work is a direct narrative voice and a very emotional voice, and you see that translated in his collection, which is full of very bold abstraction.
Une des œuvres fortes de la collection est Sans titre de Serge Lemoine, qui fait partie de sa série Bleu, Blanc, Rouge. Initié en 1969, Lemoine s'impose une règle très simple, peindre uniquement avec ces 3 couleurs pour les 10 prochaines années. Évidemment, on pense tout de suite aux couleurs du Canadien de Montréal, mais pour Lemoine, c'est plus qu'un simple clin d'œil au hockey. Pour lui, c'est une façon de rapprocher l'art à la culture populaire et à quelque chose de profondément ancré dans la culture québécoise. Ce qui est intéressant avec la série Bleu, Blanc, Rouge, c'est que Lemoine réutilise et retravaille des détails de composition antérieure dans des nouvelles peintures. Notre sans-titre est en fait un détail du tableau Blow Up, qui lui-même est un détail du tableau Le Joueur de 1975. L'œuvre a aussi été exposée au Musée d'art contemporain en 1976. C'est un tableau très fort qui résume bien l'approche de Lemoine. Quelque chose d'accessible, profondément ancré dans la culture, mais de très réfléchi sur le plan pictural. Ensuite, nous avons Structure rythmique vert-bleu de Guido Molinari qui date de 1966. C'est un superbe exemple de sa série des bandes verticales, qui est probablement sa série la plus reconnue et la plus importante. Cette série arrive à une période clé pour la carrière de l'artiste. Donc en 65, il participe à l'exposition The Responsive Eye au Museum of Modern Art à New York. Et en 66, il obtient la bourse John Simon Guggenheim, qui va lui permettre de doubler l'espace de son atelier et travailler à une plus grande échelle. Ici, avec structure rythmique vert-bleu, on a une palette qui est réduite, rouge, bleu, vert, jaune, et les bandes de couleurs semblent régulières, voire presque répétitives. Mais lorsqu'on regarde un peu plus attentivement, on réalise que la séquence de couleurs change constamment et que le tableau n'est pas aussi prévisible qu'il peut en avoir l'air. Enfin, nous avons Sans titre de Marcel Ferron. Peinte en 1959, cette œuvre s'inscrit dans un moment charnière de la carrière de l'artiste. À ce moment-là, elle est à Paris et sa pratique évolue énormément. Elle va avoir accès à des nouveaux pigments, des toiles plus grandes grâce à une bourse du Conseil des arts du Canada et elle va utiliser des outils aussi beaucoup plus grands, donc des palettes dégradatoires qu'elle va parfois faire fabriquer sur mesure. Et tout ça se sent dans sa composition. On est dans une toile qui est extrêmement libre, énergique, avec des gestes expansifs, très assumés. La composition s'organise autour de champs de couleurs qui s'entrecroisent dans une composition qui est très maîtrisée, mais qui conserve quand même l'apparence de spontanéité. Donc c'est une abstraction qui est très très forte et qui s'inscrit dans les grands courants internationaux de l'après-guerre, mais qui conserve quand même une sensibilité très québécoise, un peu comme Luc Plamondon lui-même.
Luc has a very confident eye. It's a very distinctive collection featuring Quebec modern artists from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, even the 80s. You see abstraction, you see Molinari, Ferron, Letendre, Gervais, Lemoine, Toussignan, all these iconic artists which will be coming up this spring and in the fall in our live auctions and also in some curated online auctions we'll be hosting throughout the year.
This spring season at Heffel in 2026, we're embarking on our 31st year of auction history. And what a stellar lineup we have. We have the AAA list of Canadian artists and beyond, featuring museum quality works by Riopelle, Lauren Harris, Thompson, E.J. Hughes, and many others.
At Heffel this spring, featured on the cover of our catalog is an incredible Tom Thompson painting. In Tom Thompson's passing, Lauren Harris went through the inventory, and this was one of only 20 or 30 paintings that Harris wrote on the back, first class. When you look at the painting and the brilliant sky and the dapples of color in the foreground, middle ground, and background, it certainly is one of Thompson's best paintings, and one of the best Thompsons that Heffel has had the pleasure to bring to market. This painting's remained in the Thompson family for many, many years, and then it was acquired by an important Canadian collector. Our understanding is that when the Thompson family had it for many years, they actually kept this painting in a bank vault, and it's in absolutely original condition. It's an incredible Thompson sketch.
Hughes' Coastal Boats near Sydney is a masterpiece. It graces the cover of the famed Vancouver Art Gallery retrospective exhibition curated by Ian Thom. And it's, in the opinion of Ian Thom and many Hughes aficionados, it's one of the finest, if not the greatest, Hughes created. Late in the 40s, the famed Lauren Harris arrived and moved to Vancouver. He was a pivotal figure. He was also a leader in spawning and supporting the young up-and-coming BC artists, with E.J. Hughes being one of his chosen favorites. He arranged an exhibition for E.J. Hughes in 1951 at the University Faculty Club, which was a pivotal exhibition for the artist. It introduced him to the art dealer Max Stern of the Dominion Gallery, Montreal, but additionally, related to this work, it caught the attention of Dr. Jack Parnell. Dr. Parnell recommended the BC College of Physicians to buy two masterpieces from the faculty exhibition, with Coastal Boats near Sydney being one of them.
Heffel is very excited to offer an extremely rare and important canvas by Jean-Paul Riopelle from a pivotal moment in his career. The 1950s are really the years where Riopelle came into his own as a painter, but it's the years preceding this in the late 40s and the early 50s which really developed the direction that his painting would take in the next decade. Sans Titre comes from 1950, at a time when he was finding success internationally while living in Paris, and coming off his first solo show at Galerie La Dragon in 1949, and really developing his unique approach to abstraction. The major advance in Riopelle's painting at this time was a breakdown between the dichotomy of figure and ground into a flattened field of color. It still has these loose gestural rhythms with these almost calligraphic marks, but at this point they alternate between coming together in these dense knots and traversing the canvas. Importantly, these are painted over and within this densely packed terrain of mosaicked color. These tessellations of pigment are applied directly with the palette knife to get these overwhelming densities of movement and color. On first blush, it looks uncontrolled or spontaneous or expansive, but it becomes apparent that it's all underpinned by this very energetic, assured sense of structure. So you get this interplay between expression and control that's held in such a compelling tension that makes Riopelle's canvases from this period so celebrated.
At Heffel, it's always a prize to have a lot consigned with a stellar exhibition history. This Colville behind me was featured and reproduced in a major exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It was an incredible period for the artist. If you look closely at the halter, either gentleman could be holding and leading the animal. So those are questions that provides tension to the composition that force you to go further into the psychological intellect of the work itself. Colville is a master at taking a subject like the cattle show and elevating it to a point in time that's frozen but engages the viewer to really think a little bit more deeply about what's happening, the interrelationship between the figures and the stock, and the overall composition and sparkling magic of a true masterpiece by the artist.
In the early 1910s, the Toronto activist Flora MacDonald Dennison ran the Bon Echo Inn on the shores of Mazenal Lake in eastern Ontario. Dennison would invite artists to come and stay at the inn for the summer, and it became an important locus for a community of artists to come and explore and paint the lakes and landscapes of Bon Echo. The inn had a front row view to the dramatic sheer cliffs of Mazenal Rock, and the site would become a subject for many of the best artists of the day, including many of the Group of Seven, and especially Arthur Lismer, who visited twice in 1921 and 22. Lismer found the scale and drama of this rock formation to be an extraordinarily captivating subject, and he produced a series of major canvases of the cliff over those years. While many of Lismer's paintings of Mazenal Rock are painted from a lower perspective, generally at the waterline, Bon Echo Rock is notable for its elevated viewpoint, looking down and across the cliff face in a way that emphasizes its geometry as much as its scale. Lismer renders the scene in a very loose but structured style with a very expressive color palette of greens and yellows and ochres and purples to capture the effect of sunlight against the rock. The scale of the scene is punctuated by these two trees in the foreground, really their own subjects in the painting. Twisting pine and a stark white birch or aspen, as well as these little scrubs in the front and these sort of curls of pine on the cliff itself. And all of this is before a sweep of sparkling water that leads to distant hills. Bon Echo Rock is the only major canvas remaining from Lismer's series in a private collection.
Consigned from an important Nova Scotia estate, we're delighted to have a major mature period Emily Carr oil and canvas. One of the rarest treasures in Canadian art is an Emily Carr canvas. When the Emily Carr Trust was created and pieces were picked for the province of British Columbia, and it's now housed in the Vancouver Art Gallery collection, most of Emily Carr oil and canvases went to the province of British Columbia. So there are fewer oil and canvases on the market than oil and papers, for example. And this Emily Carr canvas of Quatsino, BC is painted 1937, which is the height of her mature period. First Nation subject matter, and it's just an incredible painting. You can see the community house and the movement of the painting. One thing that captures me is the hint of the forest in the background behind the community house, and then the brilliant BC landscape. Once Emily Carr gets into her mature period, there's a flowing movement to the canvas that really captures the essence of British Columbia. This sale's been years in the making. It's been an honor to share them with our clients across the country. It's going to be really exciting to see what transpires auction night.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com. Get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000. 1,000,003.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sir, sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping.
Seats, everyone. There's lots of seats up front, if anyone wants to move up. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Heffel, and Heffel is very proud to begin today's auction event with our first of a 3 catalog sale day. And on our 31st year of Heffel live auction events, we're starting off with Heffel's post-war and contemporary art sale. On behalf of the entire Heffel team, we welcome you all to today's auction celebration here in our very own proprietary Heffel digital sale room. It has been designed and built by Heffel, and our software is our own. It has been a great pleasure to share all of these magnificent artworks on offer this afternoon and this evening with passionate collectors from around the world. We enjoyed seeing many of you at our previews in Calgary, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto prior to today's sale. And a big thank you for everyone who joined us in person and virtually through our virtual tours. Wherever you are tuning in from, and to those collectors and consigners present here this afternoon, Heffel, thank you all very much for joining us for this exciting Heffel auction event. In our sale this afternoon, and this evening, you'll notice a lot of strong absentee bids, telephone bids, and dynamic bidding through our own digital sale room. Our team across the country continues to develop and utilize cutting-edge technology to bring collectors and consigners into our physical sale room that is connected dynamically with our Heffel digital sale room bidding platform. As always, we strongly recommend bidding promptly and with confidence. Our bidders, please note, online bidders, please note, bids are subject to competing bids and confirmation by the auctioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, also, please note, online bids submitted during the last call, which will pop up on your screen, may not be received in time. So please ensure you get your bids in early and quickly, and we won't miss you. Also, please note for online bidders, best practice, which is to log off and on after periods of inactivity or during our quick break between our 3 sales. It's always good to log off and on just to refresh your browser and your bidding login. Our sale is conducting according to our terms and conditions of business as published on Heffel.com and in your catalogs on your lap. Please note, buyer's premium is calculated on top of the hammer price as published and the applicable sales tax applied on top of the total sale price. For those of you successful in today's sales, please utilize our digital tools online. They're custom built and they're built for efficiency for both successful bidders and Heffel. You should receive a post-invoice settlement email, and it will have shipping instructions and logistics. Alternatively, you may contact any one of our Heffel offices in Vancouver, Calgary, Montreal, or here in Toronto, and our staff will put on a great smile and be more than happy to provide the service you require. Painting pickup tomorrow begins after 12 noon at our Toronto gallery at 13 Hazelton, and our professional team will be available there to assist you with all your post-sale logistics. Bidders should also note that purchases must be paid for in full as per the terms and conditions of business. And now let's get started with the bidding excitement, starting with lot number 1. Good luck and bon chance with all your bids. And ladies and gentlemen, buying art makes you happy. And here we go. Lot number 1. The Guido Molinari, as viewed here on my right, the bright, vibrant, vivacious, true gem, 54 Guido Molinari, and a great lot to start out today's sale event. Competing order interest in this lot. And here we go to the order at $16,000, $17,000, $18,000, $19,000 now to the order. At $19,000 to the order, left bid at $19,000. Against you in the DS and against you on the phones. Against you in the room. Current bid's $19,000. You bidding, sir? $20,000 at the back of the room. $22,500 now ahead of you to the online. $25,000, $27,500 to the order at $27,500. You're still going in the room, sir. Here at $27,500. $30,000 in the room. I see you online, but bids in the room at $30,000, $32,500 now to the absentee bidder. $35,000 back in the room at $35,000. $37,500 to the order. Your turn, sir. It's $37,500 here to the absentee bidder. $40,000 in the room. $42,500 back to the order bid. Determined bidder on the absentee bidder at $42,500, $45,000, $47,500 back to the order at $47,500. Your turn in the digital sale room. One more, sir. $50,000, $55,000 back to the order at $55,000. Your turn in the room or online. The bids left in the books. Order bid at $55,000 all through. You still going, sir? One more might just take it. Fair warning then. Last call. Looks like he's out in the room. Any more bids online? 60. He's come back in the room. Welcome back, sir. At $60,000 in the room. Back of the room on my left. Gentleman standing at $60,000. Fair warning then. Hammers up high. Last call for bids. And selling down the room. Congratulations, sir. That's your lucky one. That goes to paddle 56. 60,000's the number, or the value. Lot number 2. As I said, great way to start the auction. Mary Pratt, Mary 2, Snow Light in my house. The light infused Mary Pratt oil of scale. Once again, competing order and tell interest in this lot. And we'll run through the competing bids left in the books first. And here we go now at, we'll race right up at $35,000, $37,500, $40,000, $42,500, $45,000, $47,500, $50,000, $55,000, $60,000, $65,000, just like an HBC sale here, $65,000, $70,000, $75,000, $80,000, $85,000 now to the order. At $85,000 to the order, $90,000, $95,000, back here with me at $95,000. You still going at $95,000 here in the book, $100,000, $110,000, $110,000 to the order at $110,000. Against you in the room, against you on the phone, left bid here at $110,000. One more might take it. Be brave. sorry, missing that one. 120, 130 now back to the order. At 130 back, last aisle. It's not yours, but it's here at 130, 140 back in the room at 140,000. Orders out. It's in the room at 140, 150 now back, or with Lauren, fresh new paddle at $150,000. At 150, Lauren's bidder at 150. Fair warning, bidding quick. Last call for bids. Hammers up high. He's come back at the room. 160 in the room. At 160,000 in the room. 170 here now, back with Lauren at 170. Are you bidding fast in the room? 170 here, 170. Fair warning then, selling now. Hammers going up at 170,000 is the value. Lauren's bidder on the phone. Last call, he's out in the room. Anyone bidding in the digital sale room? Last call for bids and selling now at Heffel's. Sold 170. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you in the room. I got it. Thank you, Lauren. Lot number 3, the Ivan Air. Maybe you'll have a good shot at this lot, sir, at the back. And here we go. You ready on the phones? We've got multiple phone bidders on this lot. And we'll start off at 47,500, 50, 55 already at 55,000. At 55,000, you're bidding on the phones at 55,000. 60 now with Mary Jo at 60. 65 with Marie Helen, 65, 70 here, 70 here, 75 with Mary Jo. At 75,000, Mary Jo's bidder at 75, 85. Sorry, 80 here. 80 with April at $80,000 at 80 against you at the back. It's here, 80, 85. Fresh new battle with Rochelle at 85,000. Rochelle's bidder at $85,000. Back in the room standing on the phone, 90 with Marie Helen at 90,000, bidding in the room, bidding in the DS, 90, all phones today on this lot, 95 in the room. First in the room at 95,000, last row at 95, 100 with Marie Helen at $100,000 against you there, 110 in the room. Back in the room at $110,000 at 110, 120, at 120, 130. Still great value at 130, back in the room at 130. At $130,000, your turn there and there. It's back in the room at 130. Fair warning then, hammers going up high. Last call for bids. If you want to bid, you're going to have to bid now. 140, glad I asked, at 140 here now, sir. At 140 with April's bidder at $140,000. 140 against you in the room. Last call for bids. Fair warning, 150. Mr. Bond's come back in at $150,000. At $150,000, I'll wait a little bit for you, April, at 150 in the room. Are we all through on the phones? Anyone want to jump in online? 160. Back with April at $160,000. 160. One more, sir, at the back. You sure now? Be brave. Bid with courage. Selling at 160 to April's bidder. Fair warning. Hammers up high and selling now at Heffel's. Is that a bid? 170, they come back. At 170,000. Don't give up now, April. Huh? Look at that smile. That's got to bring out another bid. Fair warning then. Last call for bids. Selling once, selling twice. And for the third and final time, hammers up high, and last 180. At 180, I'll give you the moment. I'll break for a little drink of water. He's hung up on his phone at the back in the room. I think we're done at 180 with April, but one last chance. Last call for bids, and hammers up. Thank you for the ride. April, it's your prize, and congratulate your bidder. Sold at 180. And that's the 637. I know that fellow since university. Thank him. Congratulate him for me. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 4, Gordon Smith, snow scene. The Triumph and deep powder. Boy, it makes you want to get up and go skiing, doesn't it? And here we go. We'll start this lot at 27,500 at 27,500 at 2730, 32.5, 35, 37,500 already at $37,500 at 37,500, 40 in the digital sale room. Thank you. Welcome in the DS. Bids at 40,000 in the digital sale room at $40,000 bid now. At 40,000, and we can sell great value for this large Smith hanging in the back of the sale room at 42.5. New bidder online at 42,500. At 42,500. Bidding online at 42.5. Would you like to keep going? Multiple bidders online. Last call then. Get your bids in soon. Fair warning. Oh, 45 online. They've come back. At 45,000 online. Sorry, that's the original bidder. At 45,000 online. It's against you, paddle 1260. The current bid is with 1696. Are we all through bidding? Last call for bids. Still very fine value for they're back. 47.5 now. Thank you. 47,500 online. Let's bid a little quicker online at 47.5. We don't want to miss you. At 47,500's the hammer. Or the price, it's 50 now, thank you, at 50,000 online. They're getting those bids in, but let's speed it up a little bit online. 50 online, thank you, Robert. It's 50,000 online. At 50,000 online, against you on the phones and in the room. 55, thank you, Clara. At 55, this is an online bidding on this lot, probably bidders from the West Coast. 60,000 bid now at 60,000. At $60,000, any advance at $60,000. Click away at 60,000. One more click might win this lot. It's at 60,000, and I'm raising the hammer up now. Last call for bids. Fair warning online. Last call. Hammer's up high and selling now. Sold 60,000. Thank you, and that goes to 1696. First lot sold online. Here we are now on the very exciting lot number 5, the Taco Tanabe. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tanabe visits Heffel regularly, and he's turning 100 years old today. It's his centennial year, representing a lifelong commitment and achievement. He's being celebrated with a retrospective that opens up at the Audain Museum up at Whistler. If you haven't been up there, put it on your bucket list. It's a must-see. That show will be opening next month and is touring to the National Gallery, a little closer for people here to go and play and just get saturated by wonderful Tanabes. And here we go now. We have tell and order in this lot, and this morning we were taking bids on several lots literally from the top of the world. And we'll start off to the order bid, maiden bid at 80,000 to our bidder from the top of the world this morning. And I have 80, 85, 90, at 90, 95, 100. And here we go, 100, 110, 120, at 120, at 120, 130, 140, at 140 back to the absentee bidder at 140,000, 150, 160. Here at 160, at 160,000, 170, 180, at $180,000. Absentee bidder at 180, 190, 200 here, bear with me, 200 still going, 200 here, 210, 220, at 220,000 against you on the room and on the phones, 220 left bid here at $220,000. You bidding online? Thank you, I'm glad I asked. 230, 240 now, back here, 240, you bidding? 250, 260. At 260 to the order. She's out, thank you. At 260, you still going online? 270, welcome, new bidder, 270. 280 now. Order bid at 280, not yours yet, Rochelle, but don't give up. It's 280 against you. 290, 300 here now at $300,000. 300 in the book. Order bid at 300,000 against you in the room, against you on the phone, against you online. The current bid is 300,000. Would you like to go, Rochelle? Fair warning then. Last call for bids, 325. Welcome back, Rochelle. 350, quick bidder with the order at 350,000 now. Back to the order at $350,000. at $350,000. Be brave. $375,000, $400,000 now. At $400,000 for Mr. Tako Tanabe on his 100th centennial year at $400,000. Andrews looks like he might be bidding. He's asking for a moment. The bid here, order bid at $400,000. $425,000. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs, and welcome back. A heavy hitter. Mr. Gibbs has come out of retirement to bid at Heffel, and his first bid is $425,000. $425,000, and Andrew orders out. Bids now with Andrew against you in the room, against you online, and against you on the phones with everybody except for Andrew, who has the bid. Last call, fair warning, hammers up high, and Rochelle's asking me to wait. Are you bidding, Rochelle? Well, fair warning. Are you sure? Are you out? You're out. Okay, Andrew, looks like you've got the slot. And down it goes, selling now at Heffel at $425,000 to Mr. Gibbs. Well done, Andrew, $425,000. And a well-deserved record for a national treasure, Mr. Tako Tanabe. And that goes to 612 is the paddle. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. It's always great to be able to say Mr. Gibbs is in the house. Lot number 6, Gordon Smith, the lyrical Gordon Smith canvas completed in 2006. And we'll start off at $37,500, 40, 42.5, at $42,500, at $42,500. You're bidding in the DS at $42,500, 45 now in advance, $47,500. Now at $47,500 against you all and ahead of you at $47,500. Are you bidding in the DS? Anyone jumping in here in the room? Bids at $47,500. Last call, fair warning, against you in the DS, 50. Welcome, thank you. Front of the room here at 50,000. Are you coming back in online line at 50,000? Anyone else like to bid? Jump in the bidding here. Fair warning then, selling in the room now for the great Gordon Smith at 50,000 value. And hammer's going down now. Congratulations, that's yours. Well done, well played. Sorry, 144 is the lucky paddle. Thank you, Robert. Great purchase. Well played. Lot number 7, Tako Tanabe. For those of you who missed out on the prior lot, this is an atmospheric and indicative of the BC Light prime period Tako canvas from 1986. And we'll launch this off. We have some tell interest in the slot, and starting at $42,500, $45,000, $47,500, $50,000 bid now. I see bids online. It's 50 against you. Anyone in the room bidding? It's at 50, 55 now in the room. 60 here with 60, 65 back in the room at 65,000 in the room. Your turn, Kirby. At 65,000 in the room at 65. 70,000. 75. 80. 85. In the room, 85. I saw 90 now, new paddle in the back there with Kevin at $90,000. 95, back in the room at 95. 100. She's thinking. 110, thank you. 120, back with Kevin at the back at 120,000. And Kirby's come back at 130. Are you still bidding in the room? Next bid's 140. It's with Kirby at $130,000. Great value against the new record. 140 back in the room. Thank you, madame. At 140 back in the room at 140,000. 150 here. She's smiling. She's thinking. She wants it. Fair warning. Thank you. At 160 back in the room. Determined bidder in the room. Against you, Kevin. Against you on the phones. It's 160 in the room. Last call for bids now. Anyone else wish to join in? Bidding online? I shall sell now. Fair warning, Kirby. 170. Kirby's bid at 170. At 170. You know, 8's a lucky number. 180 might just win it. At 170 here. Anyone else like to bid? One last bid. Fair warning. Make no mistake. Don't go home disappointed. Bids here at 170. Last call for bids, 180. I knew you wanted it. At $180,000 in the room, back in the room at 180. At 180. She's worked hard. Hammers up. Fair warning. Kirby, you got to be quick. Hammers up high. Last call for bids. And well played, madame. Congratulations. 180,000. I just need your paddle, please. Your number. Oh, 002. Exciting lot. I'm very happy for you, as we all are at Heffel. Congratulations. Okay, we need an auction full of Taco Tanabis today, but here we go. Lot number 8, Ted Harrison. Order interest in this lot. This is the first of 7 fabulous lots on offer from the Dr. Luigi Rossi family collection, and it's a Radiant Ted Harrison prime period 1983 canvas. Competing bids here. Let's run through these competing order bids, starting at $22,500, $25,000, $27,500, $30,000 now to the bid. To the order bid at $30,000. $32,500. Orders are out. It's in the room at $32,500. $35,000 back in the room. $37,500 behind you, sir. It's $37,500. It's yours at $37,500. Not on the aisle. Okay, there we go. 40 at $40,000. Ladies bid at 40. $42,500 behind you now. Gentlemen's bid at $42,500. At $42,500. Are you still going? It's against you. Fair warning. It's $42,500, $45,000. Welcome back at $47,500 ahead of you now at $47,500. Gentleman's bid at $47,500. At $47,500, $50. Not yours yet. It's in the room at $50, but I'll take it on the phone. Unless you want to bid, sir, you're out. It's in the room. Ladies bid at $50,000. Last call for bids. Against you in the DS and selling now in the room at $50,000. You're bidding, Thibault? You out? Down it goes. And sold at Heffels. Well done. $50,000. Congratulations. Just a quick 128's the lucky paddle. Bidding with courage there. I like that. Lot number 9, Ted Harrison, Glorious Dawn, the Ted Harrison 82. Celebrating the splendor of the Yukon, and here we go at 11, 12, 13,000, 14 bid now at $14,000 at $14,000. Bidding in the DS, the bid's at $14,000. Online 15. Thank you, Clara. At $15,000 to the digital sale room. Online bidder at $15,000 and selling now at $15,000. Last call and sold $15,000. Too late. And that is 1208, is that correct? No, 1164. Sorry, online, you're just a little bit too late. Moving right along, lot number 10, the Janvier, the tin flute, the stellar monumental, very monumental canvas is viewed in the back there, and really stunning literature and exhibition history on this lot. And we'll start off at $45,000, $47,500, $50,000 bid now. At $50,000, we got tells on this. It's at $50,000, at 50, 55 in the room. Welcome. New bidder in the room at $55,000. Against you on the phone, 60. On the phone, 65, near to me. At $65,000. Your turn, Thibault. It's in the room at $65,000. 70. 75. Back in the room at $75,000. Here at $75,000. 80. 85. Near to me at $85,000. At $85,000. Your turn, T. It's 85 near to me. Bidding in 90. 95. Back in the room at $95,000. At $95,000. Bidding in the DS. Thibault, you out? It's in the room at 95. Thibault's out. Last call for bids. Hammer's up high and down it goes. Selling now. And it is yours. Congratulations, 95,000. And the paddle, yeah, big smile, 16. Well done. Lot 11, the Janvier, for those of you who missed out on the prior, the Papal visit to Fort Simpson. And here we go now. Tell interest once again on this lot, and we'll start off at 1920, 22,500 bid now at 22,500. At $22,500, 25. Thank you. Welcome, Thibault. At $25,000 with Thibault's telephone bidder at $25,000. Last call for bids. She's back in on a new lot. $27,500 back in the room. 30 with Thibault. At 30, 32.5. Back in the room at 32,500. At 32,035. Back on the phones with Thibault at 35,000. Come a long ways. 37,500 in the room now. At 37,500 in the room. At 40,000 back on the phones. At $40,000. One more might win it. It's 40 on the phones. You still going? Any more fuel in the tank? One more might win it. 42.5. Congratulations. Up front in the room now at 42,500. Your turn, Thibault. It's here at 42.5. At 42,500. Looks like you got this lot. Last call in the DS. Selling in the room. 42,500 is the number. And sold 42.5. Same bidder as the last. Congratulations. Another big smile like that. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 12, the Daphne Oljic. And here we go now. I think, are you on the phone on this, April? We'll start off at 12,000 bid now. 12, 13, 14 bid at 14,000. I see you online. 15 online now at 15,000. 16 in the room. In the room at 16 on the aisle. Gentleman's bid at 16. 17 online. 18 at 18. Sorry, that's a lady's bid in the room at 18. 19 online. Thank you, Clara. 19 online bidder at 19,000. 19,000 online. 20 in the room at $20,000 in the room. Your turn online. It's 20,000. 22.5 online now. It's your turn in the room. Bids online at 22.5 at $22,500. And the hammer's up. Selling now at 22.5 online. Last call for bids. And just in time, April, are you bidding? 25 with April. Against you in the room and against you online. Bids on the phone with April. Thank you. 27.5, Clara, thank you. 27,500. Online bidder at 27.5. 30 with April. Jumped in right at the last. 30 with April. Telephone bidder at 30. Your turn online. Or your turn in the room. 32.5 online now. Are you bidding, April? It's 32.5. Bidding in the room. Anyone else on the phone joining in? Current bid's 32,500. Last call. Fair warning. Bidding. 35. April's bidder at 35,000 for the Oljic. At 35,000. Your turn in the DS. Last call for bids. Fair warning. And it shall sell at 35,000. Yours, April. Congratulations. 35K. And that's to 636. At lot 13, the Janvier. Here we go now. At signature Janvier. We'll start off at 13 bid, 14,000 bid now at 14,000. At 14,000, any bids online at 14, 15 in the room. Welcome. Not yours online, but it's in the room at 15,000 in the room at 15,000. Gentlemen in the room at 15, 16, thank you. 17 back in the room at 17,000, back in the room at $17,000. At 17,000, 18 online, 19 in the room at 19,000 in the room at 19,000. At 19, 20 online, 22,500 back in the room at 22.5. A gentleman seated at 22,500, 25 online now. Digital sale room bid at 25. He puts his paddle down in the room. Any more bids online? Anyone else jumping in? Fair warning then. 25,000. Last call for bids and selling now. Sold, 25,000. And that is to 1736. And here we are now, lot 14, the Gershwin Ischkowitz Summer Song, perfect for a summer painting. And let's get going. This is the last chance to win a lot from the famed Luigi Rossi Provenance lot in today's sale. And this is a very extensive toured and museum exhibited prime period 60s Ischkowitz. And we'll start off at 16,000, bid now at 16, 17, 18, 18,000, 19. At $19,000, at 19,000. At $19,000, you're bidding on the phones or in the room at 19,000. Bidding online at $19,000. Fair warning. Hammer's going up at 19,000. And last call for bids. We'll sell that lot tomorrow. Lot 15, the Marcel Ferrand. The first of 6 very important lots on offer from the Lyrical Legacy collection by Luc Plamondon. And here we go now. This is a prime 1959 Paris period Ferrand and of scale viewed here. Order interest in this lot and competing orders will start off at 95, 100, 110, 120, 130 now to the order. At $130,000 to the order. 140 online, thank you. At 140, online bidder at $140,000. Great value at 140. Orders out, it's 140 online. Anyone else jumping in? At 140,000. Are you bidding in the room? It's 140. Digital sale room bidder. 150. Thank you, Clara. Looks like Kevin's getting ready. It's at 150 online, 160. Thank you again, Clara. 160 now. Keeps getting inflation. At 160 online. You got to jump in quick if you want it, Kevin. It's 160 now. It's going to keep going up at $160,000. Is that a bid? 170. Fresh new bidder in the room at 170. At 170 against you in the phone. 180 online now. At 180 online. Your turn in the room. It's 180. 190 in the room now. At 190 in the room. 200 online. At $200,000 online. At $200,000 online. At $200,000. A great value. 225. Back, sorry, 210. Thank you, Robert. 210 in the room. Being kind. At 210 in the room, 220 online. Your turn now in the room. It's 220 online. 230. Back in the room at $230,000. 240 online. Quick bidding online. At 240 online. At 240, 250 back in the room at 250,000. Your turn in the DS, it's 250 in the room. At $250,000, 260. Back in the DS at $260,000. At 260. At 260. They're thinking in the back. Anyone else like to join in online? Last call for bid, 270. They're back in, last row in the sale room at $270,000. And your turn in the DS at $270,000. Thank you, online. 280 now online. Now we're getting serious. It's 280 online. You've come a long way. Bid with spirit and you'll win this lot. Thank you. 290 in the room at 290,000. 290 in the room, waiting for the bids online. 300 online now. Determined bidder online. He's at 300. 325 in the room. Back in the room, very last aisle, 325,000 is the value, and it's your turn in the digital sale room. Are you bidding? Fair warning. Raising up the hammer now. Last call for bids. Selling now in the room at $3,250,000. Yours, congratulations, 325, 325,000 is the price. And that goes to 107. Congratulations. Well played online. Just got to be a little bit braver. Okay, that brings us to the Guido Molinari, lot 16, the powerful canvas, prime period, 66. Tell interest in this lot, and here we go at 110,000 bid at 110, 120. At 120,000 for the Molinari at 120, 130, 140 now already at 140,000. At 140, at 140,000. Thank you, Mary Jo. 150 with Mary Jo first on the phones. At 150, 160 now with Marie Helen. At $160,000 at 160, Marie Helen. 170 with Mary Jo. At 170,000 with Mary Jo at $170,000. Great value for a prime period Molinari. 170 is the value. 180. Thank you, Marie Helen. At 180, Marie Helen, our lead in our Montreal office, is bidding and in the lead at 180 for her telephone bidder. Bids online, 190 with Mary Jo from our Toronto office, Quebec City originally, and great at Heffel. All these telephone bidders are, and that's at 190, 200 with Marie Helen. Well played, Marie Helen. $200,000 at 200,000. Mary Jo's out. It's Marie Helen's winning bidder, it looks like, at 200,000. Last call for bids. And fair warning, selling now at Heffel. And sold 200. Mary Helen, that is 608. Congratulations, Marie Helen. Congratulate your buyer. Lot 17, Ferran, for those who missed on the prior one, the striking composition. And here we go at 37,500, 40,000, 42,500, 45,000, 47,500 bid now at 47,500. At 47,500, 50 online now. It's ahead of you, Lindsay, at 50. Multiple bidders online at 50. 50 online to 1623 at $50,000. You bidding, Linz? 55 online. You got to be a little quicker, Linz. It's 60 now online at 60,000. This is an online lot at 60,000. At 60,000. 65 with Lindsay. Welcome. Finally, Linz, you got in at 65,000. At 65,000 with Lindsay. Bidding online at $65,000 in the room, against you in the DS, against you on the phones, with the exception of Lindsay, who has the bid at 65,000. Raising the hammer now, and last call for bids, 70 in the room. New bidder in the room at 70, 75 back with Lindsay. At 75,000 back with Lindsay, you're bidding in the DS. 80 online now. We got the online bidders at 80,000 against you on the phones and in the room. It's an online bidder at $80,000. 85 back with Lindsay. At $85,000 back with Lindsay's telephone bidder at $85,000. At $85,000, bidding online. Are you out in the room? It's 85 now. Last chance to own. Sorry, is there a bid in the room? Online. No, online at 90. I'll take that then. Thank you. At 90,000 online at 90,000. Still going, Linz? You sure? Last call. Lindsay's out. It's online at 90,000. There is a number of bidders online. And it's your last chance for someone else online to jump in. Otherwise, it's selling at $90,000. Hammers up. Fair warning. And sold 90,000. Congratulations. That's 1455. Is the online bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of our 31st anniversary at Heffel. Oh, it's the Habs. Anyways, I won't put it on. My son was wearing this in Buffalo the other day, and he said he spilt a little beer on it. So keeping that in mind, Serge Lemoyne, and here we go. Geez, the colors match. And untitled work, symbolic culturalism here. And here we go now. We'll start off at $27,500. At $27,500, 30, $32,500. Bidding at $32,500 for the Lemoyne at $32,500. Bidding in the room at $32,500. Fair warning then, last call for bids. Hammer's going up. Thank you. Several online bids. We'll take 1729 first at $35,000 online. And I know you're in a hurry because the hockey game's starting later tonight. At $35,000, any more bids? Last call, $37,500. Several bids online. Let's get them in quick. It's $37,500 to paddle 1623 at $37,500. Last call, fair warning. Any more bids online? $40,000. Glad I asked. That online at $40,000 to paddle 1217 at $40,000. Last call for the great Habs celebration work, and you're buying it on the night they're playing. Fair warning, selling now at $40,000. That's the value, and sold now $40,000. Congratulations. That's 1217. And here we go. Lot 19, the Gervais, the dramatic commanding 60s Gervais, and we'll launch off at $17,000. Bid now at $17,000. At $17,000, at $17,000. At $17,000, 18, 19, bid now. At $19,000, at $19,000. Bids at $19,000, great value at 19. Any advance on $19,000, last call for bids. Thank you, Patsy. $20,000 online. Welcome online. At $20,000 online is in the lead, and down it goes, selling at $20,000 and sold. Well done. Congratulations online. And that's to 1056. Lot 20, the Claude Tousineau, as viewed at the back of the sale room there, and vibrant color Tousineau, just like sunshine. The last lot from Luke's collection, and here we go at $32,500 at $32,500. Bidding at $32,500, $35,000, $37,500 now. Ahead of you all at $37,500. At $37,500. All through then, raising the hammer, 37.5 is the number, and last call for bids. Fair warning, and down it goes, 37.5. We'll sell that one too tomorrow. Pass that lot. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 21, the Jean-Paul Riopelle, Sans Terre, the very special prime period 1950 Riopelle canvas, cherished by the present owner for over 43 years, acquired from the famous Walter Most Gallery right across the street from where we are now. And at Heffel, it's a tremendous honor to have this as our feature cover lot this afternoon. And here we go. We'll start the bids. You ready on the phones? Christian's ready, and Mary Jo also. And welcome, Lauren. And here we go. We'll start off at $850 bid now, at $850,000 bid, at $850, $875,900, at $900, $925, $950,000, at $950,000 already, at $950,000, at $950,000 online. Welcome online, $975 online, at $975, $1 million with Lauren now. At $1 million, Lauren's bidder at $1 million. I see Mary Jo getting ready back there. It's at $1 million. Against you online, it's in the room with Lauren at $1 million. At $1 million, you need to bid, Mary Jo. It's against you. Lauren's bidder at $1 million. Fine value for this work. Prime period. Online. Thank you, Robert. $1,050,000 online. At $1,050,000 online. Christian's still thinking. It's at $1,050,000 online. At $1,050,000 online, Lauren, would you like to bid? Let them know I think they should bid. It's $150,000 online bidder. Mary Jo, are you in, out? 1.1, back with Lauren now. Well played, Lauren. At 1.1. Next bid's 1.15. It's with Lauren at $1,100,000. Your turn online. Don't give up yet. It's fine painting, fine price. Bid right now is $1,100,000. And are we through? Lauren's bidder at 1.1. Last call, fair warning. Hammer's up now. If you're going to bid, you need to bid now. Mary Jo, are you out? You're out. Okay. And here it goes. Congratulations. Congratulations, Lauren. 601? 641. Well done. 641 is the lucky number. 1.1's the lucky value. Ladies and gentlemen, also a space Riopelle dedicated to the artist's honor is opening up in Quebec City this October, named after Michael Audain, the Michael Audain Pavilion. I encourage you all to head up there as we will. Lot 22, the Jean-Paul Lemieux, the nocturnal starry night scene in the back of the sale room. And let's launch this lot off at $170,000 now, at $170, $180, $190. At $190,000, at $190,000. Bidding at $190,000 at $190. You bidding online at $190,000. Are we through? Any advance on 190? At $190,000. Last call for bids. Fair warning at $190. Pass that lot. Lot 23, Jean-Paul Riopelle, Santerre. Numerous tell interest in this lot, and here we go. We'll launch this lot off at maiden bid at $95,000, 100, at 110, 120 now. At $120,000 against you in the room and on the phones and on 130 online. Thank you online at 130. Very popular lot and all are. 140 with Mary Jo now. At 140,000, Mary Jo's bidder at 140,000. At 140,000, Mary Jo at 140. Are you bidding out on the phones? Anyone else? Just Mary Jo against you online. It's Mary Jo's bidder at 140. Thank you, Alec. I like the calling out bidding. 150 now with Alec. 160 back with Mary Jo. At 160,000 with Mary Jo's bidder at $160,000. I'll go with Alec at 170. Alec's bidder at $170,000. 180 back with Mary Jo. At $180,000 with Mary Jo at 180, 190 back with Alec. At $190,000 in your turn, Mary Jo. Mary Jo's out. It's Alec in the lead at $190,000. Last call for bids. Are you out, Kevin? If you want to jump in now, might be the perfect time. It's 190 against you. Welcome, Christian. 200. New bidder at 200,000 with Christian at 200,000. 210 back with Alec at $210,000. Great value still for a fine Riopelle, full pallet. 210 with Alec. Kristen, your turn. At 210 with Alec's bidder. Last call for bids. Last call online. 220. Welcome back, Christian, at 220,000. Alec. 230 with Alec. Christian, are you still bidding? She's smiling, but is that a bid? Are you bidding? Hammer's up. If you're going to bid, you got to bid now. Fair warning then. Last call for bids. If they're going to bid, they have to bid now, Christian. Are they in or out? They're out. Yours, Alex. Well played. Congratulations to your bidder. 230 is the number. Thank you. That's 1618's the lucky bidder. Lot 24, the Jack Bush, order and tell interest in this lot. And here we go now at 110, 120 bid now, 130,000 now. At $130,000. Are you bidding online? It's at 130,000, 140 to the order. At 141, 150 now to the absentee bidders. At $150,000 at 150. At 150,000. Your turn in the room or online or on the phones. It's to the order at $150,000. At 150,000. Are you in, Joe? It's 150. Thank you, Clara. 160 online, 170 back to the order. At 170,000, order bidder at $170,000. Your turn online or on the phones or in the room. It's an order bid at $170,000 in the book, 180. Thank you, Clara. 190 online. At $190,000 online. No, absentee. Yes, thank you, Clara. 190 to the order at 190. You bidding online? You bidding Mary Jo on the phones? It's 190 to the order. Phones are out. Looks like it's going to go to the order. Are you bidding in the digital sale room? It's 190 to the order. Last call, 200. Welcome, Christian, at 200. At 210, back to the order now. At $210,000, back to the order. At $210,000, and it's your turn. Bid is here. Left bid at $210,000, and it's against you all in the DS, against you seated, and against you, Christian, on the phones. If you would like to bid, now's the right time. Or 220. Glad I asked. Christian's bidder at 220, and the good news, Christian, is the order is out. Fresh new paddle here. 230, seated in the room at $230,000. Fresh new bidder at 230. Your turn on the phones. It's in the room at $230,000. At $230,000 for the fabulous Bush. Last call for bids. It's in the room at $230,000 bid. Fair warning. Selling now. Sold. 230 in the room. Well done. And the lucky paddle is number 52. Congratulations. That's the prize. Lot 25, Jean-Paul Riopelle, the playful bubbly mosaic, important 50s Riopelle. And here we go. We'll launch off at 240, 250, 260,000, bidding at 260, 270 now ahead of you at $270,000. I see you online. It's against you at 270, 280 with Kevin. At 280 first with Kevin at 280,000. 290 with Mary Jo now at 290,000. Mary Jo's bidder at $290,000. Thank you. I like that style. Well done, Kevin. 300 with Kevin at 325 with Mary Jo now at $325,000. At 325, Mary Jo's bidder. 350 with Kevin. Well bid, Kevin. I like that nice and clear communication there, calling out bidding. Kevin from our Montreal office is at $350,000. Your turn in the DS, or your turn, Mary Jo, 375 with Mary Jo. At $375,000, Mary Jo's bidder at $375,400 with Kevin. Well played, Kevin. You're working hard for your bidder. Mary Jo, are you in or out? Mary Jo's out. It's Kevin's bidder at $400,000. Last call. And we're selling now at Heffel at $400,000 and sold. Congratulations to your bidder, Kevin. That's 400, and that goes to 611. They fell in love with that in our Montreal preview. And here we go, lot 26, the William Kerlick order interest in this lot. Competing orders here, and we'll start off at 27,500, 30, 32,500. At 32,500. At 32,500, are we bidding on the phones? Thank you, Clara. 35 online, 37,500 to the order at 37,500. Thank you. Welcome. 40,000, 42.5 back to the order. At 42,500 to the order. At 42,500 to the order. 45, 47,500 back to the order. At 47,500. At 50 with Lauren, 55 to the order. Order bidder at $55,000 at 55, and your turn in the room or online or with Lauren. Absentee bidder at 55,000, and I can sell, or we can sell, at 55. 60 with Lauren, and the order's out. It's on the phone with Lauren's bidder at $60,000 against you there. 65, welcome, new paddle in the room. At 65,000 in the room now. At 65,000, seated at 65,000. And is that a bid? Yes or no? It's in the room at 65. Looking for more bids. Running out of time. Last call. 70,000. Back with Lauren at 70,000. Lots of smiles. Telephone bidder at 70,000. They're thinking in the room, texting for confirmation. Bid with courage. Just bid. Be brave. Last call for bids. Lauren's bidder at $70,000. That's the number or the value. Hammers up and going down now at 70,000 here on the phones. Last call. And sold 70,000. That's to 642. Lot 27, ladies and gentlemen, the Alex Colville Cattle Show, the magical Colville, with incredible provenance and exhibition history, prominently featured in the cover we had on display from the Museum of Modern Art, reproduced full page. And that exhibition not only was an important highlight at the Museum of Modern Art, but can you imagine it? That show traveled to 12 additional museums across the U.S. in the 1960s. Champion Colville's prize, a painting which we'd all love to own. And here we go. We'll open the bidding at this lot. We got order interest until you biddy. You ready on the phones? We got April, Marie Helen's good, and Kevin. And here we go. We're set. We'll start off at 625,000 bid now at 625,000, 650,000, 675,000 bid now at $675,000. Bidding into DS, it's at 607. Kevin's out of the gate first at 700,000 with Kevin now at 700,000. Kevin's bidder at 700,000 Canadian. 725 with April here now at 725,000. At 725,000, April's bidder 750. Back with Kevin now at 750 for the prized Colville at $750,000. At Heffel at 750,000. Kevin's bidder at $750,000. April's thinking. Long distance call for April. It's here on the phones with Kevin at 750. Not too late to join in, Marie Helen. Would you like to jump in now? 750 with 775. Battle in between our Montreal office. It's Marie Helen's bidder now at 775,000 Canadian at 775,000. Marie Helen's bidder at $775,000. Kevin, you still bidding? April, not bad time to jump in. It's 775. Marie Helen's bidder. You can jump in online or in the room. Prize Colville. Kevin's asking me to wait. We can wait a little, Kevin. There's a sense of urgency. Bid and win. Here we go now. It's 175. Marie Helen's bidder. Sorry, 775. Thank you, Robert. 775. And Kevin's out. Selling at $775,000 now to Marie Helen's bidder. And last call for bids. April, you out? You out. Finished. Selling now to Marie Helen. Yours, Marie Helen. Congratulations. 775. And that goes to 638. Great new home for a great painting. I'm jealous. That's a masterpiece. Here we go. Lot 28, E.J. Hughes, Salt Spring Island. And first of 5 fabulous Hugheses from the famed Jacques and Margaret Barbeau collection. Classic BC coastal 60s scene. And here we go at 22,500, 25,000, 27,500. You're bidding online, it's at 27,500. Great value for a Hughes. 30 in the room here. In the room first online, it's here in the room at 30, 32.5 online at 32,500. 35,000 fresh new bidder with Kirby at 35,000. At 35,000 on the phone, 37.5 online. Kirby is still bidding. 40 back with Kirby at $40,000. At $40,000 with Kirby, 42.5 online. At 42,500 online. Excuse me. At 42.5, 45,000. Kirby's bidder looks like they very much want this prize. It's at 45,000 on the phones with Kirby, 47.5 online. Several bids online. It's ahead online at 47,500. 50 here first. He's let go 55. 55. He's come back in the room at 55,000. Patient in the room, waiting for it to cool down. He's at 55 in the room. 60 here. 60. 60. 65. Back in the room at $65,000. Against you in the DS. It's in the room, seated. Gentleman's bid at $65,000. Kirby, you still going? Kirby's out. Fair warning then. Last call for bids and selling. Selling now in the room at $65K. Yours, sir. Congratulations. And that's 219. Well done. Lot 29, E.J. Hughes, Eagle Pass, Revelstoke. Talbot competing order bids here. Run through the bids online or in the book first at 22.5, 25,000, 27,500, 30,000 bid now. At 30,000 to the order at 30, 32.5 online, 35 now back to the order at $35,000 to the order at $35,000. At 35,000 to the absentee bidder at $35,000, 37,500. Fresh new bidder with Rochelle at 37.5. Orders out. It's on the phones with Rochelle at 37,500. Against you in the room, against you in the DS, and we'll sell now at 37,500. Last call for bids and 40 online, just in time online. You got to be a little quicker. Your turn, Rochelle. It's 40 from the online bidder at $40,000. At 40,000. Any more bids? Last call for bids. Fair warning. 40 is the number. Online's the bid, and she's waiting. Are you bidding? Last call. Rochelle's out. Online looks like you've won it, and selling now at Heffel's. Sold 40,000, and that's to 1736. Congratulations online. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 30, E.J. Hughes, Hopkins Landing, competing absentee bid. I think this is a fabulous piece given by the artist to one of his greatest patrons, Jacques Barbeau, commemorating the moment Ian Tom gave the artist his first retrospective catalog book from the VAG, a little piece of Canadian art history. Competing bids here. We'll run through these bids at 30, 32.5, 37,500, 40, 42,500, 45,000, 47,500, 50, 55, 60 now to the Trump order at 60,000. And it's your turn in the room, it's your turn online, or it's your turn on the phones to jump in. 65 online, welcome fresh new paddle online at 65,000. 70 now on, 70,000 back to the order at 70,000. At 75, 80. 80 now to the order. At $80,000 to the order at 80,000. at $80,000 to the order. Thank you. 85 online, 90 back to the order. Thanks, Clara. It's in the books. Order bid at $90,000. At 95 online, 100 on back to the order at $100,000 for the famous Hughes watercolor here at $100,000. 110 online. Thank you, online. But I'm sorry to say that there's still horsepower in the order bid. It's 120 now against you. To the absentee bidder at $120,000. 130 online. Thank you, online. And the order's out. It's 140 with Lauren now. At 140, fresh bidder with Lauren at 140,000 on the phones. At 140,000, you still bidding online? Anyone else like to jump in the room? It's with Lauren's bidder at 140, 150 online now. At 150,000 online, your turn, Lauren. It's 150 online, and Lauren's got a big smile. 160 with Lauren. At 160,000 with Lauren at $160,000. You're still going online. It's 160 against you at 160,000. It's on the phones in the room with Lauren's telephone bidder. Hammers up high now at 160. Last call for bids. Fair warning in the digital sale room and selling now at $160,000 and sold. 160. Congratulations, Lauren. And that's 514. I like the applause. Thank you. Lot 31, E.J. Hughes, the vigorous 1952 Hughes graphite. Competing order interest once again. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, get up to the Dana at Whistler. The fabulous oil for this cartoon is hanging there on loan by the Barbeau family, and it's another reason to get up to the Dane Museum up at Whistler. And here we go. Competing order interest, and we'll start off at, we'll go 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 55,000 to competing orders at $55,000 now. At $55,000, any more bids at $55,000. Bidding in the DS, it's to the order bidder at $55,000, and we shall sell at $55,000. Great value at $55,000. Last call. Fair warning online, selling to the order at $55,000, and down it goes, selling now. Sold, $55,000, and that goes to 519. Lot 32, E.J. Hughes above Osborne Bay, the mature period Hughes, and the red lumber. Jeannie Southam came to our preview once in Vancouver and said, "That's my daddy's lumber because it's got the red." Anyways, we love you, Nance, and here we go at 55,000 bid, 60, 65, 70,000 bid for the fine Hughes at $70,000. At $70,000, any advance on 70, 75 with Kirby? Welcome, Kirby, at $75,000. At $75,000 for the fabulous Hughes canvas. Hammers up, selling now to Kirby at $75,000. Last call, and congratulations, Kirby, 75, and that's 617. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 33, Riopelle, Saint-Thierry. Last chance for a Riopelle this afternoon, and we'll start off at 95,000, bid now at 95, 100, at $100,000, bidding at 100,000. At $100,000 for a fine Riopelle, $100,000. Any bids in the DS, bids in the room, on the phones? Last call, fair warning at 100, 110. Welcome online, ahead of you online at 110. At 110,000, Christian, at 110. Your turn. It's here at 110 to the online bidder at 110, 120. At 120 with Christian's telephone bidder at $120,000. At 120,000. Are we bidding more online? Fine Riopelle at 120. Last call, selling to Christian's telephone bidder. Fair warning against you online, and selling and sold. Congratulations, 120, and that goes to pedal 614. Well done, Christian. Congratulate your bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 34, the James Hart, the powerful, symbolic spirit of Bill Reed. It stands over 5 feet in height. It's viewed there on the monitor The work is presently in our Vancouver gallery on Granville Street and available for either receipt or dispatch from Vancouver. And here we go now. We'll start this lot off at $85,000 bid now at $85,000, $90,000, $95,000, at $95,000, at $95,000, $100,000, at $100,000, at $100,000, at $100,000 for the fine James Hart, at $100,000. Are we all done bidding at $100,000? Would you like to jump in, Kirby? At $100,000. Fair warning then. Hammer's going up. Last call for bids. And pass that lot. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 35, the Tanabe, the last chance for you to win a Tanabe tonight, the Gulf Island canvas, and competing order of interest in this lot. And here we go at $18,000, $19,000, $20,000, $22,500 to the order at $22,500. At $22,500. Bidding at $22,000, $25,000 online, $27,500 back to the order. At $27,500 back to the order, $30,000. At $32,500 back to the order at $32,500. At $32,000, I'll take Thibault first, $35,000, orders out. It's $35,000 with Thibault. Fresh new paddle in the room now at $37,500 in the room. Against you online. Thank you, Thibault at 40. $42,500 seated now at $42,500 seated at $42,500. At $42,500. Your turn online. It's seated in the ballroom at $42,500. Are you bidding, Thibault? $45,000 ahead of you first online. I'll take online first in the room. You bidding? Thank you. $47,500 back in the room at $47,500. Your turn, Thibault, or your turn online. $50,000 online. It's ahead of you, Thibault, at $50,000, $55,000, sir. $55,000 back in the room at $55,000. At $55,000. You got to be quick, Thibault. It's $55,000 against you. $60,000 online. There you. It's online, faster online. In the room now, sir. $65,000 back in the room at $65,000. Thibault, quick. It's $65,000. It's in the room at $65,000. $70,000 online. In the room, sir. $75,000 back in the room at $75,000. Come on, Thibault. It's like playing tennis. You got to move those feet. At $75,000 in the room, at $75,000 in the room, $80,000 online. Sir, $85,000 back in the room at $85,000 in the room at $85,000. It's against you in the digital sale room. The bid's in the room at $85,000. Thibault, last chance, jump in. It's in the room at $85,000. Online, thank you. $90,000 online. Thank you, Kirby. Thank you, Clara. You're out. $90,000 online. Looks like you might win online. Last call, Thibault. Thibault's out, selling online at $90,000. And last call. And sold, $90,000. That bid's paddle number 1725. Here we go, lot 36, the Lawrence Paul, Lupton, and order interest in this lot, and we'll start this off at $47,500. 50, 55, 60,000 now. To the order at $60,000. At $60,000, at 60,000. At 60,000 and selling to the order at 60,000 against you online. Last call for bids. Selling now. Online. 65. Thank you. Online and the order's out. It's 65,000 online. Whew. Was that a bid? 65 online for the Lawrence Paul at 65,000. Fair warning and selling now at 65K. Congratulations online. That's 65K. That's 1025. Lot 37, E.J. Hughes, prized Old Baldy, Shawnigan Lake. And here we go. We'll start off. Maiden bid to the order at $25,000, and we could sell at $25,000 to the order. At $25,000, fine price, $27,500 online first to $30,000 with Kirby now. at $30,000, $32,500 back in the room, or seated in the room, fresh bid in the room at $32,500, $35,000, $37,500, $37,500, fresh here, 40 near to me, 40 at 40, bidding 40, $42,500, $45,000, behind you, sir, at $45,000, at $45,000, at $45,000, your turn. Fresh new paddle with Rochelle at $47,500 with Rochelle's bidder at $47,500. You out in the room? 50 here, back with Kirby. 50, 55 in the room at $55,000. At $55,000, 60 now, nearer to me in the room at 60. You still going behind the gentleman at the back? Thank you. 65 behind you at 65. Back of the room, close to the rear at 65,000. At 65,000, towards the rear of the room at 65,000. Against you, Kirby. 70 back on the phones first, sorry. I'll take you at 80, sir. We'd like to bid 80. 80 here, near to me now at 80,000. Near to me at 80,000. Against you on the phone, there, and against you at the back. It's 80,000 near to me. 85 back with Rochelle on the phone at $85,000. Rochelle's bidder at $85,000. Your turn near to me. 90. Welcome back, sir. At 90. Back in the room at $90,000. At $90,000. Still going, Rochelle. At 90 in the room. It's yours at 90. Last call. Fair warning. Bids online. Rochelle says to hold a little bit. Let's be quick. It's in the room at $90,000. 95. Now it's your turn. It's 95 against you. Not yours in the room, but with Rochelle. Back of the room at $95,000. At $95,000. Are you still bidding, sir? 100. Near to me in the room at $100,000. Still very good, fine value for a Hughes watercolor. At $100,000 in the room. 110 now. Back with Rochelle at $110,000. Back with Rochelle at $110,000. Are you out now, sir? He's bidding brave and with courage. That's 120 back in the room here. Near to me at 120, determined bidder. Playing his bids well at $120,000. Your turn, Rochelle. Your turn, Kirby. Bids near to me. Gentlemen seated. Near to the front at $120,000. Last call for bids. Hammers up, Rochelle. Are you in or are you out? Last call. You bidding? Right here, 120. And well played, sir. Congratulations, 120. And your paddle number? Yours, sir. Was that 90? 37. Congratulations, sir. Lot 38, the David Blackwood Twilight Sounding. Monumental, striking Blackwood canvas of scale as viewed behind our bidders there. And here we go now at Heffel at 75, 80, 85, 90. At 95,000 bid now at $95,000. At $95,000, 100 with Christian at a $100,000 at $100,000 for the Blackwood large format canvas at $100,000. Kirsten's bidder at 100, 110 with Mary Jo now at $110,000, 120 with Kirsten at $120,000 at $120,000, 130 with Mary Jo. I see Thibault's trying to jump in. 140 with Christian at $140,000. Your turn, Mary Jo. It's at 140 with Christian at 140. 150 with Mary Jo. At 150, Mary Jo. 160 with Christian now at $160,000 or 160. Your turn, Mary Jo. It's against you at 160. 170 with Mary Jo. At $170,000, 180. 180 with Christian. Come on, Thibault, jump in. At 180, 185 with Mary Jo now. At 185, Mary Jo's bidder at $185,000. Christian, it's your turn. It's 190 with Christian. At $190,000, Christian's bidder, determined bidders here on the phone. That's 100 or 200 with Mary Jo now. Nice round number with Mary Jo, 200. 210 with Christian. At $210,000 urgency here. We got a 220 back with Mary Jo. At a $220,000, 230 with Christian now. At $230,000, you're bidding in the room. It's 230 with Christian. At 230, your turn in the DS. Your turn, Mary Jo. It's 230 with Christian. Mary Jo's shaking her head. Christian, you might just win this lot. Thibault, are you on it? It's 230 with Christian. Fair warning. Welcome in, sir. New paddle in the room at $240,000. Gentleman seated at $240, $250 back with Christian on the phones at $250,000. He's pulling out his calculator. No, it's his glasses. It's $250 with Christian. It's $250 with Christian. Are you bidding, sir? He shakes his head. You sure? I can do the math for you if you wish. No? Okay. Christian, it's your bidder, $250,000. Last call, fair warning, hammers up high and selling now on the phones to Christian. Congratulations, Christian, $250. And that is, congratulate that gentleman, please. And thank you in the room. 631's the lucky paddle. Wins the prize. Ladies and gentlemen, my last lot, lot 39, E.J. Hughes, beside the public wharf. The bright summer, E.J. Hughes. And remember, buying paintings and art makes you happy. And here we go. We'll start off at $75,000 bid now. This is for a Hughes oil at only $75,000, $80,000, $85,000. At $85,000 bid now at $85,000. At $85,000. Any advance on 85? Rochelle, is that a bid? It's at $85,000, 90 with Rochelle. Thank you. Welcome in. At $90,000, great value at 90 for a Hughes canvas at $90,000. Rochelle's bidder against you in the room, against you in the DS. Hammers up now and selling. Thank you, Clara. 95 online ahead of you now, Rochelle. It's at 95 in the digital sale room at Heffel at $95,000, 100. Backwards Rochelle at $100,000. You bidding online? Don't quit now. It's at $100,000. Fair warning. On the phones, in the room, with Rochelle, against you in the digital sale room. Last call for bids, and hammer is raised up high, and down it goes, and selling. Sold $100,000. And Rochelle, I don't have a paddle number there. What's that? 640. I should have guessed. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and have the distinct pleasure of welcoming Mr. Robert Heffel to conduct a very important lot. And here it goes. There you go, Rob.
Great job. Is my mic on? Yep. Get the hammer. Thank you, David. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to now continue on with the sale with Lot 88, the E.J. Hughes Coastal Boats near Sydney, an exceptional 1948 canvas consigned by Emily Carr University and Design. This masterpiece occupies a distinct place in Hughes's career. It was featured on the cover of Ian Thom's major retrospective catalog and has long been regarded as one of his finest canvases the artist has produced. The sale of this work carries a particularly meaningful legacy. The consignor proceeds from this work will support student awards at Emily Carr University, funding the next generation of artists and designers. The connection could not be more fitting. Hughes himself was a graduate of the institution, and in 1947, Hughes was a recipient of the Emily Carr Scholarship. One can only imagine how pleased Hughes would be to see his painting now giving back to the same creative community that shaped his early career. And here is the, yes, exactly. Can you imagine? So think of the opportunity. Not only do you get a great masterpiece, but the consignor proceeds go to one of the most important universities in the country, Emily Carr University and Design. And there's the painting showing there in the flesh in all its glory. And with all that in mind, now let me get to the right page. Lot 88, the E.J. Hughes. And $1 million to start, at $1 million now. Welcoming bids at $1 million now. 1,050,000 now. Back with me. 1,001,000 with Lindsay at 1.1 with Lindsay. 1,150,000 back with me, Lindsay. 1,150,000. The bid is with me at 1,100,000. 1.2 with Lindsay. Thank you so much, Lindsay. 1.2 with Lindsay now. 1.2 with Lindsay now. At 1.2 with Lindsay now. Welcoming more bids. At 1.2 with Lindsay. Lindsay's telephone bidder at $1,200,000. The bid is with Lindsay at $1,200,000. Welcoming more bids now at $1,200,000. $1,250,000 with Marie Helen. At $1,250,000 with Marie Helen. $1,300,000 with Lindsay now. At $1,300,000 now. With Lindsay at $1,300,000. Welcoming more bids now. Clears you all in the room. With Lindsay, $1,350,000 with Kirby, new bidder. $1,400,000 with Marie Helen. $1,400,000 with Marie Helen. $1,400,000 with Marie. $1,450,000 with Kirby. $1,450,000 with Kirby now. $1,450,000. $1,500,000 with Lindsay. Several places now. Several places. $1,500,000 with Lindsay. Several places now. $1,500,000. Another new bidder. Lauren has just yelled out $2 million, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Lauren. And the funds go to Emily Carr University. The consignor proceeds. $2 million with Lauren. The next bid would be 2.1. $2 million with Lauren now at 2.1 with Marie Helen. At 2.1 with Marie Helen at 2.1. The bid is with Marie Helen on the telephone from the Montreal. 2.2 with Lauren. At 2.2, would the online bidder like to join in? At 2.2 with Lauren at 2.2. 2.3 with Marie Helen. 2.3 with Marie Helen now. 2.4, thank you. 2.4 with Lauren. Lauren said politely, bidding please. 2.4 with Lauren. 2.5 is next, Marie Helen. 2.5 is next with Marie. 2.6 with Lauren. Determined bidder with Lauren. 2.6 with Lauren. 2.6 with Lauren now at 2.6. With Lauren at 2.6. Ahead of you, Marie Helen. Ahead of you, Marie Helen. 2.7. 2.8 with Lauren. 2.8 now with Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. Thank your telephone bidder for me. 2.8 with Lauren now at 2.8. Lauren, 2.9 with Marie Helen. Nice round number, $3 million with Lauren. At $3 million with Lauren. At $3 million with Lauren now at $3 million. Next bid's $3,250,000, Marie Helen. At $3 million, $3,250,000 with Marie Helen. At $3,250,000, the bid is with Marie Helen at $3,250,000 now. At $3,250,000 with Marie Helen from our Montreal office at $3,250,000. Not yours yet, Lauren. At $3,250,000 with Marie Helen at $3,250,000. 3.5 with Lauren. 3.5 with Lauren now. 3.5 with Lauren. 3.5 with Lauren now at 3.5. 3.750 with Marie Helen at 3.750 with Marie Helen. At 3.750 with Marie Helen at 3.750. $4 million with Lauren at $4 million now. At $4 million with Lauren from our Vancouver office, consignment specialist Lauren Kratzer at $4 million. Thank you so much, Lauren. At $4 million with Lauren, $4,250,000 with Marie Helen. At $4,250,000 with Marie Helen at $4,250,000. With 4.5 with Lauren. 4.5 with Lauren now. At 4.5 with Lauren at 4.5 now. With Lauren at 4.5. With Lauren, $4,750,000 now. At $4,750,000. At $4,750,000. Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $4,750,000 for the E.J. Hughes at Heffel consigned from Emily Carr, University in Design, at $4,750,000. Lauren looks like she's going to start crying. At $4,750,000. Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $4,750,000. Thank your bidder, Lauren, at $4,750,000. Lauren says she's out. I think you have it, Marie Helen, at $4,750,000. The E.J. Hughes at Heffel, selling now. The hammer is up, selling now. The E.J. Hughes at Heffel, $4,750,000. Here's Marie Helen. Thank you. That was exciting. And ladies and gentlemen, I do have to say records are made to be broken. David Heffel last fall sold an E.J. Hughes for $4 million hammer, and this painting just broke that Heffel record at a new world record for the artist at $4,750,000 plus price. And it's wonderful to see the funds go to such a great cause. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the post-war and contemporary session. We're going to, the Old Master, Impressionist and Modern Art sale starts at 7 p.m. Keep your paddles, if you're attending both sales, keep your paddles safe and keep your seats. And we'll see you back here at 7 o'clock and continue on after a short break. You can have a few drinks and some appetizers, and we'll see you back here at 7. Thank you so much.
operas like Starmania and La Légende de Jimmy. What defines his work is a direct narrative voice and a very emotional voice, and you see that translated in his collection, which is full of very bold abstraction.
Une des œuvres phares de la collection est Sans titre de Serge Lemoine, qui fait partie de sa série Bleu, Blanc, Rouge. Initié en 1969, Lemoine s'impose une règle très simple, peindre uniquement avec ces 3 couleurs pour les 10 prochaines années. Évidemment, on pense tout de suite aux couleurs du Canadien de Montréal, mais pour Lemoine, c'est plus qu'un simple clin d'œil au hockey. Pour lui, c'est une façon de rapprocher l'art à la culture populaire et à quelque chose de profondément ancré dans la culture québécoise. Ce qui est intéressant avec la série Bleu, Blanc, Rouge, c'est que Lemoine réutilise et retravaille des détails de composition antérieure dans des nouvelles peintures. Notre sans-titre est en fait un détail du tableau Blow Up, qui lui-même est un détail du tableau Le Joueur de 1975. L'œuvre a aussi été exposée au Musée d'art contemporain en 1976. C'est un tableau très fort qui résume bien l'approche de Lemoine. Quelque chose d'accessible, profondément ancré dans la culture, mais de très réfléchi sur le plan pictural. Ensuite, nous avons Structure rythmique vert-bleu de Guido Molinari qui date de 1966. C'est un superbe exemple de sa série des bandes verticales, qui est probablement sa série la plus reconnue et la plus importante. Cette série arrive à une période clé pour la carrière de l'artiste. Donc en 65, il participe à l'exposition The Responsive Eye au Museum of Modern Art à New York. Et en 66, il obtient la bourse John Simon Guggenheim, qui va lui permettre de doubler l'espace de son atelier et travailler à une plus grande échelle. Ici, avec Structure rythmique vert-bleu, on a une palette qui est réduite, rouge, bleu, vert, jaune, et les bandes de couleurs semblent régulières, voire presque répétitives. Mais lorsqu'on regarde un peu plus attentivement, on réalise que la séquence de couleurs change constamment et que le tableau n'est pas aussi prévisible qu'il peut en avoir l'air. Enfin, nous avons Sans titre de Marcel Ferron. Peinte en 1959, cette œuvre s'inscrit dans un moment charnière de la carrière de l'artiste. À ce moment-là, elle est à Paris et sa pratique évolue énormément. Elle va avoir accès à des nouveaux pigments, des toiles plus grandes grâce à une bourse du Conseil des arts du Canada et elle va utiliser des outils aussi beaucoup plus grands, donc des palettes dégradatoires qu'elle va parfois faire fabriquer sur mesure. Et tout ça se sent dans sa composition. On est dans une toile qui est extrêmement libre, énergique, avec des gestes expansifs, très assumés. La composition s'organise autour de champs de couleurs qui s'entrecroisent dans une composition qui est très maîtrisée, mais qui conserve quand même l'apparence de spontanéité. Donc, c'est une abstraction qui est très, très forte et qui s'inscrit dans les grands courants internationaux de l'après-guerre, mais qui conserve quand même une sensibilité très québécoise, un peu comme Luc Plamondon lui-même.
Luc has a very confident eye. It's a very distinctive collection featuring Quebec modern artists from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, even the 80s. You see abstraction, you see Molinari, Ferron, Letendre, Gervais, Lemoine, Toussignan, all these iconic artists which will be coming up this spring and in the fall in our live auctions and also in some curated online auctions we'll be hosting throughout the year.
This spring season at Heffel in 2026, we're embarking on our 31st year of auction history. And what a stellar lineup we have. We have the AAA list of Canadian artists and beyond, featuring museum quality works by Riopelle, Lauren Harris, Thompson, E.J. Hughes, and many others.
At Heffel this spring, featured on the cover of our catalog is an incredible Tom Thompson painting. In Tom Thompson's passing, Lauren Harris went through the inventory, and this was one of only 20 or 30 paintings that Harris wrote on the back, first class. When you look at the painting and the brilliant sky and the dapples of color in the foreground, middle ground, and background, it certainly is one of Thompson's best paintings and one of the best Thompsons that Heffel has had the pleasure to bring to market. This painting's remained in the Thompson family for many, many years, and then it was acquired by an important Canadian collector. Our understanding is that when the Thompson family had it for many years, they actually kept this painting in a bank vault, and it's in absolutely original condition. It's an incredible Thompson sketch.
Hughes's Coastal Boats near Sydney is a masterpiece. It graces the cover of the famed Vancouver Art Gallery retrospective exhibition curated by Ian Thom. And it's, in the opinion of Ian Thom and many Hughes aficionados, it's one of the finest, if not the greatest, Hughes created. Late in the 40s, the famed Lawrence Harris arrived and moved to Vancouver. He was a pivotal figure. He was also a leader in spawning and supporting the young up-and-coming BC artists, with E.J. Hughes being one of his chosen favorites. He arranged an exhibition for E.J. Hughes in 1951 at the University Faculty Club, which was a pivotal exhibition for the artist. It introduced him to the art dealer Max Stern of the Dominion Gallery, Montreal, but additionally, related to this work, it caught the attention of Dr. Jack Parnell. Dr. Parnell recommended the BC College of Physicians to buy 2 masterpieces from the faculty exhibition, with Coastal Boats near Sydney being one of them.
Heffel is very excited to offer an extremely rare and important canvas by Jean-Paul Riopelle from a pivotal moment in his career. The 1950s are really the years where Riopelle came into his own as a painter, but it's the years preceding this in the late 40s and the early 50s which really developed the direction that his painting would take in the next decade. Son Titre comes from 1950, at a time when he was finding success internationally while living in Paris, and coming off his first solo show at Galerie La Dragon in 1949, and really developing his unique approach to abstraction. The major advance in Riopelle's painting of this time was a breakdown between the dichotomy of figure and ground into a flattened field of color. It still has these loose gestural rhythms with these almost calligraphic marks, but at this point they alternate between coming together in these dense knots and traversing the canvas. Importantly, these are painted over and within this densely packed terrain of mosaicked color. These tessellations of pigment are applied directly with the palette knife to get these overwhelming densities of movement and color. On first blush, it looks uncontrolled or spontaneous or expansive, but it becomes apparent that it's all underpinned by this very energetic, assured sense of structure. So you get this interplay between expression and control that's held in such a compelling tension that makes Riopelle's canvases from this period so celebrated.
At Heffel, it's always a prize to have a lot consigned with a stellar exhibition history. This Colville behind me was featured and reproduced in a major exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It was an incredible period for the artist. If you look closely at the halter, either gentleman could be holding and leading the animal. So those are questions that provides tension to the composition that force you to go further into the psychological intellect of the work itself. Colville is a master at taking a subject like the cattle show and elevating it to a point in time that's frozen but engages the viewer to really think a little bit more deeply about what's happening, the interrelationship between the figures and the stock, and the overall composition and sparkling magic of a true masterpiece by the artist.
In the early 1910s, the Toronto activist Flora MacDonald Dennison ran the Bon Echo Inn on the shores of Mazenal Lake in eastern Ontario. Dennison would invite artists to come and stay at the inn for the summer, and it became an important locus for a community of artists to come and explore and paint the lakes and landscapes of Bon Echo. The inn had a front row view to the dramatic sheer cliffs of Mazenal Rock, and the site would become a subject for many of the best artists of the day, including many of the Group of Seven, and especially Arthur Lismer, who visited twice in 1921 and 22. Lismer found the scale and drama of this rock formation to be an extraordinarily captivating subject, and he produced a series of major canvases of the cliff over those years. While many of Lismer's paintings of Mazenal Rock are painted from a lower perspective, generally at the waterline, Bon Echo Rock is notable for its elevated viewpoint, looking down and across the cliff face in a way that emphasizes its geometry as much as its scale. Lismer renders the scene in a very loose but structured style with a very expressive color palette of greens and yellows and ochres and purples to capture the effect of sunlight against the rock. The scale of the scene is punctuated by these 2 trees in the foreground, really their own subjects in the painting, twisting pine and a stark white birch or aspen, as well as these little scrubs in the front and these sort of curls of pine on the cliff itself. And all of this is before a sweep of sparkling water that leads to distant hills. Bon Echo Rock is the only major canvas remaining from Lismer's series in a private collection.
Consigned from an important Nova Scotia estate, we're delighted to have a major mature period Emily Carr oil and canvas. One of the rarest treasures of Canadian art is an Emily Carr canvas. When the Emily Carr Trust was created and pieces were picked for the province of British Columbia, and it's now housed in the Vancouver Art Gallery collection, most of Emily Carr oil and canvases went to the province of British Columbia. So there are fewer oil and canvases on the market than oil and papers, for example. And this Emily Carr canvas of Quatsino, BC is painted in 1937, which is the height of her mature period. First Nation subject matter, and it's just an incredible painting. You can see the community house and the movement of the painting. One thing that captures me is the hint of the forest in the background behind the community house, and then the brilliant BC landscape. Once Emily Carr gets into her mature period, there's a flowing movement to the canvas that really captures the essence of British Columbia. This sale's been years in the making. It's been an honor to share them with our clients across the country. It's going to be really exciting to see what transpires auction night.
Heffel contacted me as an expert in old master paintings to look at this problem work they had coming up in the Hudson's Bay collection auction. This painting, which had been described with an attribution to the workshop of another artist, Antony van Dyck, was clearly not by Van Dyck at all, and of great quality as well. I knew the work of Sir Peter Lely. Lely had one of the largest workshops for portraiture in the second half of the 17th century, working out of his Covent Garden studio. But my first reaction in seeing the original was almost like an electric shock, and I thought right away that this was an original painting of real quality, and the research really stemmed from that initial attraction to the picture. We know from Prince Rupert's age that the portrait must date to 1650, 1660, just working from the likeness in the canvas. We know that Prince Rupert was painted by Antony van Dyck, but Van Dyck died in 1641, and Rupert was painted really as a young man by Van Dyck, and clearly he's a much older figure here as a military commander as well. There's a scene of battle which probably references his role in the English Civil War in the 1640s. We know a documented version of this portrait was sent to Florence in 1674, but we know from the Hudson's Bay archive records that Prince Rupert himself donated this very picture to them in 1670. And there was a documented reference to the painting in 1821, still as Sir Antony van Dyck, in the HBC archive when they did an appraisal of their collection. So, and that 1821 reference mentioned this portrait with the wrong attribution, but did say that Prince Rupert donated the painting in 1670 when he became the first governor of the Hudson's Bay Company. When I saw the painting, I reacted right away to particular visual clues. The painting is beautifully thinly painted, and only the master could really work in that style. It also has this interesting sort of black patch of paint behind the head, which was the way the master started to lay in the features. And then you notice that the facial features themselves are handled in plainer, almost simplistic fashion, but deceptively simple, and that again it takes great expertise to lay in the face that way. But the most telling detail for me is this electric red flash on the upturned cuff, which put in there almost like a signature. It has this amazing liquid fast handling, which again only the master would tolerate. It led me to believe, with all these other circumstances, the 1670 date and the handling made me realize that this has to be this original of originals that Lely would have made and then passed over to his assistants to make copies from. It is an extraordinary discovery for British art history to find a new Lely, to recover a picture like this from just oblivion in a sense. But for Canadian art, it's doubly important to have a provenance picture back to 1670 by one of the greatest artists of the day. It will be interesting to see the fate of the picture at auction. It really is part of Canadian patrimony now, so it would be wonderful if it stayed in the country. So let's hope.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com, get all loosened up and bid on lots of great art.
Ooh, I like that style, Mr. Gibbs. 300.
1, 2, 1, 3, back with me.
Bid with courage.
That's the spirit.
Bid with passion. 1,250,000. 1,000,003.
Selling now at Heffel.
Sold.
That's a new world record.
9,500,000.
That was pretty safe.
Now that is a fine painting, fine price. That deserves clapping.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was a very exciting post-war and contemporary session. That was a very exciting post-war and contemporary session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Heffel, and it is our great pleasure to welcome you to the continuing on with our sale live auction of Old Master, Impressionist, and Modern Art. What an exciting sale it's been so far, beginning with the post-war and contemporary sale, which achieved truly outstanding results. Great job, David, and that E.J. Hughes result was very exciting to see, and the funds go to the Emily Carr University. It's really delighted. We're delighted to present tonight's remarkable selection of works to passionate collectors here in Canada and around the world. Our team has thoroughly enjoyed connecting with many of you during our previews in Calgary, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto in the lead up to this evening's auction. This sale features strong absentee bidding, active telephone participation with our specialists, dynamic bidding through our digital sale room, and of course, spirited bidding here in Toronto. As always, we encourage you to bid promptly and with confidence. For those joining online, please note that pending bids are subject to competition and must be confirmed by the auctioneer. Bids online submitted during last call may not come in on time, so please bid early if you're bidding online. And please note for online bidders, the best practice, if you've been timed out for a while, it's probably a good idea to log off and log back on so you don't get timed out on your computer after a period of inactivity between the two sessions. Sorry, I flipped too many pages. Tonight's auction is conducted according to our terms and conditions of business, available on Heffel.com and in our auction catalogs. Please remember that there's, on top of the hammer price, there's a buyer's premium added on top of the hammer price, plus applicable sales taxes. For successful buyers, our online tools make invoice payment and shipping arrangements simple, and of course, our Heffel officers are always happy to assist. And kindly note, all purchases must be paid for in full within 7 days. And most importantly, we wish you the very best of luck. Bon chance, Ju Ni Hao Yun. And we begin with lot number 101. Lot number 101, showing here up on the screens. Lot number 101, the wonderful W.J. Phillips, Carr, BC. $16,000 to start at 16, 17, 18, 19 ahead of you, 19, 20 now up front, 20 now up front, 22.5, 25, 25 here, 25 here, 27.5, 30,000, 30,000 here at 30,000, 32.5, 35, 35, 35 up front, 35 up front at 30, 37.5, 40,000 up front, 42.5. 42.5, he says let her have it at 42.5, paddle 18 at 42.5, and I can sell at 42.5. Are you bidding on the telephone? At 42.5, Lauren says she's out. I think you have it. Center aisle, ladies bid at 45,000 on the telephone. 45,000 on 47,500 in the room. 47,500 in the room. 50,000 on the telephone. 50,000 on the telephone. 50,000 on the telephone. They're talking about it. 50,000. One more, she says. 55. Good choice. 55 in the room, center of the room, 55,000. Not yours, Rochelle. And I can sell at 55,000. Ladies bid in the room. Rochelle says she's out. I think you have it at 55,000 last time. Down it goes at 55,000. Selling now. Well played. Thank you so much. 55,000. And your paddle number, please. Your paddle? Oh, 18, right. Thank you. Congratulations. Very well done. They're not listening to me. They're too happy about it. Lot 102 is next. Lot 102 is next. The W.J. Phillips, Mamalakula, BC, showing here up on the screens. $14,000 to start at 14, 15 now. At $15,000. Any of it 16, 17 ahead of you? 18,000. Gentleman's bid right up front at $18,000. And I can sell. Gentleman seated right up front at $18,000. Are we all through? Welcoming more bids, 19,000 on the telephone. 20 up front. 20 up front now. 20 up front. 20 up front. 22.5. He shakes his head at 22.5. Rochelle at $22,500, and I can sell to Rochelle's telephone bidder at $22,500. Last time, selling now at Heffel, the W.J. Phillips, $22,500 last time. Here's Rochelle, $22,500. And Rochelle's paddle number again, I think I have it written down. 640, right, there it is, 640. I'm going to have to remember that one. Lot number 103 is next, the wonderful Emily Carr watercolor. Lot number, the Emily Carr oil and paper. Lot 103 is next, the Emily Carr oil and paper. The masterpiece acquired by Dorothy Salisbury in June 1943. This was acquired in Emily Carr's lifetime at a show at the Vancouver Art Gallery in 1943, and it's never been for sale since that time in 43. It's an honor to bring this piece to market. It's one of the nicer Emily Carr oil and papers that we've had the pleasure to bring to market. And I have $200,000 to start. 200 now. Welcoming bids at 200, 210. At 210,000 now. In advance now? At 210. Online, 220. Online at 220 now. Online at 220. Online at 220. Now it'd be a good time to jump in on the telephones. And I can sell to the online bidder at 220,000. Online, 230. Several online bidders. At 230 to the online bidder, 240. 240 back to the original online bidder at 240. Back to the original online bidder at 240. 250 online. 250, the other online bidder at 250. 260 online. 260 online now. 260 online. 260 online. Paddle 11 for it. Another online bidder. 270 online. Several online bidders. But I took the one that came in first. 270 online. At 270, it's an online bidding war in the digital sale room at Heffel.com. At 270,000 to paddle 1053. Not yours. There was several other online bidders as well. At $270,000 to the online bid, 280. He's back in. 2 online bids came in, but I took the one that came in first. 280 online. At 280 online now. Are you jumping in, Alec? Alec says he's out. 290 online. 290. The other online bidder who tried to get in earlier has finally got his bid in, or their bid in. 300 online now. At 300 to the online bidder at 300,000. The next bid's 325. Still excellent value. At $300,000 now for the Emily Carr at Heffel. 325 online. At 325,000 to the online bidder at 325,000. You can see the bids coming in here online at 325,000. The bid is online at $325,000. Are you coming back in online at 350,000? To the other online bidder at 350,000. 375 online. He's quick. At 375 to the online bidder at 375. At 375 to the online bidder at 375. It's an online bidding war in the digital sale room at Heffel.com at 375,000 to the online bidder at 375. 400 online. The other online bidder is back in at $400,000. In the digital sale room at Heffel.com at $400,000. It's a whole new world with online bidding. They're watching a video feed from the comfort of their own home and bidding online. At $400,000 to the online bidder. The next bid's $425,000 if you'd like to come back in, the other online bidder. at $400,000 to the online bidder at $400,000. Welcoming more bids now at $400,000. Clears you all in the room. It's to the online bidder at $400,000. And the hammer is up. I am selling now at $400,000 to the online bidder at $400,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room. Last time, $400,000. Sold, $400,000 to the online bidder. Yeah, that deserves clapping. Paddle, 1145 to the online bidder. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lot 104 is next. Lot 104 is next. Lot 104, the 1931 J.H. MacDonald, showing here up on the screen. So that's the J.H. MacDonald. That's the comparable in the essay. That was the comparable Tom Thompson in the essay. The J.H. MacDonald, 1931, and $75,000 to start. At 75, 80, 85 now. At $85,000. Any events? 90. Back of the room at 90,000. Right at the back at 90,000. I see him seated right at the back at $90,000 now. Are you bidding, April? At $90,000. Let's get going now, April, at $90,000. At $90,000. Woman Kaischerbud, 95. 95, she's in at 95. Stay with 100,000. 100,000 in the room at 100,000. 100,000 in the room at 100,000. In the room at 100,000. Gentleman's bid seated right at the back. 110 with April. 110 with April. 120. 120. Gentleman seated at the back at 120. 120. Gentleman seated at the back at 120. At 120. Are you bidding now, April? At 120,000. 130 with April. Thank you, April. 140. Gentleman's bid seated. Paddle 201. 140 seated. At 150. Thank you so much, April. 150. 160 seated. Thank you, sir. 160 seated at 160. Gentleman right at the back at 160. Shall we go 170, April? At 160. Gentleman's bid seated in the room at $160,000. Now would be a good time to bid, April. Bid now. Bid now if you want to bid at $160,000. Gentleman seated at $160,000. Give me some sort of indication, April. Are you in or out? At $160,000. April's asking me to wait at $160,000. Fair warning. Last chance at $160,000. April says she's out. I think you have it, sir, at $160,000 last time. They kissed and said, congrats, last time. $160,000. Well, you have to get it now after you kissed. You're so happy. That was very cute. Congratulations. And that was paddle 201, I believe. I think that's right. Paddle 201, right? Yeah, 201. Thank you so much. That was great. Congratulations. And thank you to your phone bidder, April. Lot number 105 is next. Lot 105. Lot 105 is next, the Hellemnickel Farmyard. And we have phone interest on this lot, although I can start at a modest $75,000 to start. At $75,000 now. Any advance? At $75,000. Welcoming bids now. At $75,000. Cleared you all in the room. $80,000 online. $85,000 back with me. The bid is right here, back with me at $85,000. The bid is with me at $85,000. Are we all through? At $85,000. Welcoming more bids now. At $85,000. The bid is back here with me. Now would be a good time to jump in, Thibault. $90,000. The online bidder's back in. At $90,000. At $90,000. Thibault, your phone bidder is being shy. At $90,000. Now is not the time to be shy. Now is the time to be brave. At $90,000 to the online bidder at $90,000. 95. Thank you, Thibault. He's finally in. Thibault's finally in at 95. $100,000 online to the online bidder at $100,000. To the online bidder at $100,000, Thibault. To the online bidder at $100,000. Still excellent value. Thibault says she's out. That surprises me. I think you have it, online bidder. Paddle 144 online. Thibault says he's out. And I'm selling now at Heffel, the Helm nickel at Heffel at $100,000 last time. Sold, $100,000 to the online bidder. Yeah, that deserves clapping too. I like it. I think we should just clap after every lot. Lot 106 is next, the Franklin Carmichael Snow Clouds, the circa 1928 Franklin Carmichael. And I have $60,000 to start, at $60,000 now, at $60,000 now. In advance, online, $65,000, $70,000 back with me. Online, it's $65,000, but it's $75,000 now online. $75,000 online. At $75,000 online, there were several online bids came in at the same time. $75,000 online now to the online bidder at $75,000. Not yours, the other online bidder. It's $75,000 to the $80,000 online. The other online bidder is back in. It's another online bidding war again. $85,000 online. $85,000 online now at $85,000 online at $85,000. To the online bidder at $85,000, and I can sell at $85,000. Are we all through? At $90,000 online. Get your clicks in early from the comfort of your home at $90,000 to the online bidder at $90,000. They could be at the office as well, at the home or the office, at $90,000 now. At $90,000, would you like to go $95,000, the other online bidder? At $90,000, are we all through? The hammer is up, and I am selling now, the Franklin Carmichael at Heffel for $90,000 last time. Sold, $90,000, 90K, and that is paddle 1199. Thank you so much. Lot 107 is next, the initialed and dated September 2nd, 1930, J.H. McDonald. Showing here up on the screens, the wonderful J.H. McDonald of Mount Ringrose from Wawaxie Peaks above. Showing here, and I have $37,500 to start at $37,500 now. Any advance at $37,500? $40,000 online, $42,500 back with me. At $42,500 back with me, $45,000, $47,500 back with me. At $47,500, $50,000 online, determined online bidder. And I'm out at $50,000 to the online bidder at $50,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $50,000. Are we all through? Clears you all in the room. Another online bidder, $55,000. Thank you, Clara. $55,000. It seems to be an online bidding auction. $60,000 online again at $60,000 now. At $60,000 to the online bidder at $60,000. Would you like to come back in, the other online bidder? At $60,000, clears you all in the room. All the bids are in online at $60,000 to the online bidder. The hammer is up, and I am selling now at $60,000 last time. $60,000 to the online bidder. Yep, I like the clapping. 1438. Lot number 108 is next, the Lorne Harris. The Lorne Harris, this is the first of 8 lots from an important Nova Scotia state. We have 8 important lots from really an important collection, a state collection out of Nova Scotia. It was from their mother, but their grandmother was a very well-known collector here in Toronto in the 50s and 60s, and these paintings haven't been for sale, since the 50s or 60s when they were acquired by the family. And this is going to be a bit of a bidding war, I think, the Lorne Harris. But we're going to start. They're going to make me work for this one a little bit, but I have several competing absentee bids and tell interest. $25,000 to start, $27,500, $30,000 now, $32,500, $35,000 back with me. To the order at $37,500, $40,000 back with me, $40,000 with me at $42,500, $45,000 back with me, 45 with me, 47.5, 50 back with me. To the advanced absentee bidder at 50,000, 55, 60 to the advanced order bid, 60,000 to 65, 70 back with me, 70 back with me to the advanced order bid, 75, 80 back with me, 80,000 to the advanced order, $85,000 online, and my absentee advanced bid is out, $90,000 in the room, at $90,000 in the room, and my advanced order bid is out, $95,000 online, $100,000 in the room, $100,000 in the room now, $100,000, $100,000 in the room at $100,000, in the room at $100,000, and a night $110,000 on the telephone, 120 in the room, 120 in the room at 120, in the room at 130 online. I took the online bidder first. 130 on 140, 140 in the room now at 140, 140. A little more urgency on online and on the telephone. 140 in the room. He's quicker. 150 online. 150 online now at 150. 160 in the room. 160 in the room now at 160. Gentleman's bid in the room at 160. 170 online. 170 online. 180 in the room. 180 in the room. 180 in the room, not yours online. 180 in the room. 190 online. 190 online. He shakes his head. 195 on the telephone. 195 on the telephone. 195 ahead of you in the digital sale room. 200 on the telephone. An online bid came in at 200 as well, but I took Lauren first. I took Lauren on the telephone at 200. I see your online bid, but I took the telephone bidder in the room. I took Lauren's telephone bid in the room at 200. Rochelle, would you like to go 210? Would the online bidder like to go 210? It's Lauren's telephone bidder at $200,000. Are you sure now, sir? 210 online. 210 online now at 210. 210 online. 210 online. Stay with me, Lauren. 220 with Lauren. 220 with Lauren. 220 with Lauren on the telephone. I know Lauren's client really wants this piece. Well done, Lauren, at 220. 220 with Lauren. 230 online. 230 online now. Ahead of you, Lauren, at 230 online. It's only money. 230,000 at 240 with Lauren. At 240,000. Lauren's telephone bidder at 240,000. The bid is right here on the telephone, in the room on the telephone at 240,000. Not yours online, and not yours in the back of the room. 250,000 online. You can see the online bid. 250,000 online at 250,000. Stay with me, Lauren. 260 with Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. 260 with Lauren now. At 260 with Lauren. Not yours online. 260 with Lauren. With Lauren at 260,000. At 260,000 with Lauren at 260,000. With Lauren at 260,000. With Lauren, not yours in the digital sale room at Heffel.com. It's Lauren's telephone bidder at $260,000. I think you may have it, Lauren, at $260,000. Fair warning, last time, selling now. With Lauren at $260,000. The Lauren Harris at Heffel. Sold $260,000. And Lauren's telephone bidder is 604. Congratulate your bidder for me, Lauren. Thank you so much. Now that was a fine painting, fine price. Lot number 109 is next. The incredible Carr canvas from 1937 from the important Nova Scotia estate. One of the rarest treasures in Canadian art are mature period Emily Carr canvases with First Nation subject matter. Showing here up on the screens, the Emily Carr canvas from the Nova Scotia estate. $400,000 to start at $400,000 now. Any advance? $425,000 now already at $425,000 now. Any advance? At $425,000. Welcoming bids now. Clears you all in the room at $425,000 now. At $425,000 now. Any advance at $425,000. At $425,000. Are you coming in online? At $425,000. Any more now? At $425,000. 450, 475 now. At 475,000. Are you bidding there at the back? At 475,000. The bid is right here with me at 475,000. Are we all through? At 475,000. The hammer is going to go up at $475,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room at $475,000. Last time, last chance in the digital sale room. And your last chance in the room at $475,000 last time. Pass, 475. Lot number 110 is next. Lot number 110, the A.Y. Jackson, the double-sided A.Y. Jackson from the Nova Scotia Estate, Cobalt, Early Snow, and Landscape on Verso, shown here up on the screens. $20,000 to start, at $20,000 now. At $20,000 now. My phone's ringing. At 22.5, 25,000. At 25,000 ahead of you at 25,000. No, it's ahead of you at 25,000. 27,500, I'll take the room first. They've made the effort to come. 27,500 in the room. 27,500, 30,000 online. 30,000 online. 32,500 in the room. 32,500 in the room at 32,000. 35,000 online. At 35,000 online at 35,000. Online at 35,000. At 35,000, the bid is right here online, 37,500. Gentlemen seated, paddle 60. Gentlemen seated at 37,500. Gentlemen seated at 37,500. Not yours in the digital sale room, 40,000 online. 40,000 online. Sorry, sir. You sure? Would you like to try one more? At 42,500, another online bidder. You've got more competition. Another online bidder at 42,500. At $42,500. At 42,500 to the online bidder. Are you sure now, sir? At 42,500. He shakes his head. At 42,500. I think you have it online bidder at 42,500. Fair warning, last time, 42,500. Sold, 42,500 to the online bidder. Paddle 1297. Lot number 111 is next, the 1915 New York period David Milne. The 1915 David Milne, the modernist early Canadian masterwork from an important Nova Scotia estate. And I have outside interest in this lot. I could start, but I can still start at modest $85,000, $90,000, $95,000, $100,000 back with me. $100,000 with me at $100,000. $100,000 back with me. We still have a long ways to go at $100,000. Would you like to bid $110,000, sir? At $100,000, the bid is back with me at $100,000 now. At $100,000, I can sell to the absentee bidder at $100,000. Are we all through? At $100,000, $110,000 with Marie Helen. And my order advance bid is out at $110,000. Still excellent value, sir. Would you like to go $120,000, sir? At $110,000 with Marie Helen from our Montreal office at $110,000. You were going to bid up front at $110,000. You should go $120,000. At $110,000. At $110,000, I can sell to Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $110,000. The hammer is up for the 1915 New York period David Milne at $110,000 last time. Yours, Marie Helen, $110,000. Congratulations. And that's paddle 638 again. Thank you so much, Marie Helen. Lot number 102 is next. Lot number 102. The 112, lot number 112 is next. the 1932 David Milne from an important Nova Scotia estate, lot 112. And I have $20,000 to start at $20,000 now in advance. 22.5, 25 back with me. 25 back with me at 25. 27.5 in the room at 27,500. Gentlemen seated in the room at 27,500. Gentlemen seated in the room at 27,500. Online, 30,000. 32,500 in the room. 32,500. My friend in the room at 32,500. At $32,500. At $32,500 in the room at 32,500. At 32,500, and I can selling now at $32,500. The hammer is up, 32,500. Persistence pays off. He was bidding on a number of these, and he bought a great David Milne. And your paddle number is 50. 32,500. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lot number 113 is next. The A.Y. Jackson French-Canadian farm from an important Nova Scotia estate. 16,000 to start at 16, 17, 18 now, 18, 19, 20 ahead of you at 22,500 in the room. At 22,500 in the room at 22,500. 25,000 online. He shakes his head. 25,000. It's still a really good price of $25,000 at $25,000. He says it is. It's still good value at $25,000, but he doesn't want to bid $27,500 to the online bidder at $25,000, and I can sell at $25,000 for an incredible A.Y. Jackson at $25,000. Fair warning once, fair warning twice. $27,500 with Rochelle. I took Rochelle's first. There was another online bid come in. You could be a little quicker online. $30,000, another online bidder online. Another online bidder online, so several bids. See, this piece has depth of bidding, which means it's worth more. $32,500. $32,500 with Rochelle at $32,500. But it's true. If you've got that many bids, it's depth. $32,500 with Rochelle at $32,500, with Rochelle at $32,500, and I can sell to Rochelle's telephone bidder at $32,500. The hammer is up at $32,500 last time. Sold, $32,500. That's yours, Rochelle. Thank you. And I know your paddle number is, Rochelle is, I got to find 640, right? Thank you, Rochelle. Well done. Thank your bidder for me. Thank you as well. You should have kept bidding, though. Lot number 114 is next. Lot 114 is next. Barnes at Ripon, Quebec. The 1950 A.Y. Jackson from an important Nova Scotia estate. Showing here up on the screens. $10,000 to start. Welcoming bids at 10, 11, 12, 13 now, 14 in the room. At $14,000 in the room. At $14,000, at $15,000 now. 15, 15, 15. They're almost seated by each other, or they're very close. 15 there. Online, 16. Several online bids at 16. Ahead of you, 16. It's not yours. It's online. It's not yours. I met you at the 17. 17. Lady in red, 17,000. Shay. 17,000. At $17,000. 18,000 online. 18,000 online, it's not yours seated. 18,000 online. At 18,000, it's not yours. At 18,000, the bid is online. At 18,000, the bid is 19,000. Thank you so much. 19,000. 19,000. What a pangyo, 19,000. With my friend, 20,000 online. $20,000 online. 20,000 online. Did you want to go 22.5? No, right now it's 22.5. Thank you so much. Pass? Okay, 20. Plus. Oh, you do want to go 22.5. You want to go plus? Okay, with you at 22.5. She's happy. She would pay more at 22.5. At 22,500, 25,000. 25,000. Okay, pay attention now. 25,000. It's ahead of you now at 25,000. It's online at 25,000. At 25,000. Ahead of you at 25,000. Next bid's 27.5. She's looking at the work in the catalog, but it's a bigger image here. You can see it up here. 25,000. The catalog picture is very small. You can see a better picture of it here. 25,000 online, and I am selling to the online bidder at $25,000. Are you sure now, madam? Would you like to go 27.5? It's okay? Online. A new online bidder at 27.5. A new online bidder at 27.5. And I can sell to the other online bidder at $27,500. Would the other online bidder like to come in? At $27,500. And I am selling to the online bidder at $27,500. The hammer is up. In the digital sale room, it's being sold now. Your last chance in the digital sale room, $27,500. Sold, $27,500. And that was paddle 1217. Okay, we're going to get you a painting before the evening's out. We're going to get you a painting before the evening's out. All you have to do is hold the paddle up and keep bidding. I told you that at the reception. I said, all you have to do is hold the paddle up. You can do it. I have faith. Lot number 115 is next. Lot number 115, the J.H. MacDonald, early morning, Big Turtle Lake. The 1923 J.H. MacDonald from an important Nova Scotia estate. From an important estate, and I have $20,000 to start. $20,000 now. Any advance at $20,000? Welcome bids 22.5. 25 back with me at $25,000. Back with me at 27,500. To the online bidder at 27,500. To the online bidder at 27,500. To the online bidder, the bid is right here online at 30,000 in the room. Thank you, sir. 30,000 in the room. He's made the effort to attend too. He's from out of town. $30,000 in the room. He flew in from out of town at $30,000 in the room at $30,000. The hammer is up. 32,500 on the telephone. 35,000 in the room. Seated, 35,000 in the room. 35,000 in the room now. 37,500. 40,000. 40,000 now. At 40,000. 42.5. 45. 45. 45. A little more urgency, Rochelle. 45,000, and I can sell 47.5. 47.5. 50. 50. Next bid's 55. At 50 now. At $50,000, and I can sell at $50,000. Are we all through? At $50,000, the hammer is up, Rochelle. At $50,000, your last chance at $50,000 last time. Sold, 50,000. Gentlemen in the room, thank you so much. 50,000, and that is paddle number 290. Thank you. That was the last lot of the Nova Scotia estate. It was a pleasure to bring those works to market. Lot number 116 is next, the circa 1954 A.J. Casson from an important European collector. The 1954 Casson, $14,000 to start at $14,000 now. In advance, 15, 16 ahead of you. That's 16 ahead of you now. At 16, the bid's back here with me at 16. Back with me at 16. It's not yours. At $16,000 now. Ahead of you at $16,000. 17,000, paddle 101. She's hiding from me. She's bidding and hiding at the same time. At $17,000 now. Lady seated in red at $17,000. At $17,000 now, and I can sell to $18,000 online. $18,000 online. $18,000 online. $19,000. $19,000 seated. Lady seated in red at $19,000. No, it's yours at $19,000. It's yours at $20,000 online. $20,000 online now ahead of you. $20,000. Next bid's only $22,500. At $20,000. At $20,000, we can't let you go home empty-handed. At next bid's $22,500. It's a very good value. $22,500. Thank you. At $22,500. Lady seated at $22,500. Lady seated at $22,500. Lady in red at $22,500. The hammer is up, and I am selling ahead of you. It's yours at $22,500, and I am selling last time. Yours, congratulations. So we met at one of the receptions, and she really wanted to get a group of 7 painting, and so congratulations. Her first major purchase. How exciting is that? How exciting is that? Paddle 101. Paddle 101. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Lot 190 is next. The circa. What did I say? 190. Oh, I know why I said. Yeah, sorry. Lot 117 is next. Lot 117 is next. The circa 1935 Emily Carr, a work once held in the private collection of Dr. and Mrs. Max Stern of Montreal's Dominion Gallery. Dr. Stern, of course, handled the Emily Carr estate. He had the choice of any Emily Carr, and this was in his personal collection for many years. It's a work that we sold a number of years ago, and now it's an important European collection. It's come back to market. And with that in mind, I have 160 to start, 160,000 now. Any advance? 170, 180 already, at 180,000 already, at 180,000, at 180,000 now. Welcoming bids, 190 with 200 with Lauren, at 200 with Lauren now, at 200 with Lauren, 210 with Mary Jo, 220, 220 with Lauren, 230, 240, 240 with Lauren, 250, 260, 260 with Lauren, 260, 270, 280, 280, 280 with Lauren at 280, 290, 300, 300 with Lauren first, 300 with Lauren. They both put their paddles up, but Lauren was a little bit quicker, and she yelled out bidding. 325 with Mary Jo. 325 with Mary Jo, 325, 350 with Alec, 350. Alec finally got his bid in. He was trying to bid earlier. 350 with Alec, 375 with Mary Jo, 375 with Mary Jo, 400 with Alec, 400 with Alec now. Consignment specialist bidding 8 cents, 425 with Mary Jo, 425 with Mary Jo, 450 with Alec. 450 with Alec. Stay with me, Mary Jo. 450 with Alec. 450,000 with Alec at 475 with Mary Jo. 475 with Mary Jo now. 500,000. Nice round number. 500,000 with Alec. 500,000 with Alec. 500,000 with Alec at 500,000. 500,000 with Alec. Mary Jo's thinking about it. 500,000 with Alec at 500,000. Lauren's thinking about it as well. With Alec at $500,000. With Alec at $500,000. Lauren says she's out. I think you have it, Alec, at $500,000. The Emily Carr at Heffel, selling now. The hammer is up at $500,000 last time. Here's Alec. Congratulations, $500,000. And Alec's bidder is 618. Congratulate your phone bidder for me, Alec. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. This is an exciting lot coming up as well. You know what? I'm going to have a sip of water before we do the Cassin. How about that? Stay hydrated. Lot number 118 is next. The A.J. Cassin. The standout 1959 masterwork by A.J. Cassin. This painting comes to us from a collection in Washington State, a Washington State collection. The current collector purchased it in 1996 from the London Club collection, and it's remained in their collection ever since. It speaks to its importance, and it's really one of the finest, if not the finest, straight landscape Cassins that we've brought to market. It's an honor to bring this painting to market. And I have considerable interest in this lot, but I can still start at $190,000, $200,000 to the absentee bidder. To the order bid at $200,000. The bid is with me at $200,000, but I feel like we have a long ways to go. $210,000, $220,000 back with me. $230,000, $240,000 back with me. $250,000, $260,000 back with me. $260,000, $270,000, $280,000 back with me. $290,000, $300,000 back with me. $300,000 back with me. $325,000, $350,000 back with me. $350,000, the bid is to the order. $375,000, $400,000 back with me. To the advance order bid at $400,000. $425,000, gentlemen seated right up front. $450,000 back with me. $475,000. $500,000 back with me. Gentlemen seated, he's fast. Gentlemen seated, $525,000. Gentlemen seated right up front, very professional. $550,000 back with me. $550,000, $575,000. $600,000 back with me. $625,000, $650,000 back with me. $675,000, $700,000 back with me. $725,000, $750,000 back with me. To the advance order bid at $750,000. To the advance order bid at $775,000. Gentlemen seated, looking sharp in his suit and tie, and my absentee advance order bid is out at $775,000. Gentlemen seated at $775,000. Right up front at $775,000. My order is out. My advanced order bid is out at $775,000. Gentlemen seated, I think you may have the prize up front in the room. You made the effort to come at $775,000. Are the telephone bidders out at $775,000? And I am selling now at Heffel, the AJ Casson at Heffel, $775,000 last time. Dear sir, thank you so much. Paddle 265. $775,000. Fine painting, fine price. Decisive bidder up front, and decisive advance order bid as well. Thank you to our advance bidder. With apologies, the other bidder got it. What can you do? They both deserved it, but there can only be one bidder, one winner. Lot number 119 is next. Lot number 119, the first of 5 works from an important Canadian collection. This is the first of 5 works from an important Canadian collection. A.Y. Jackson first traveled the Great Bear Lake in 1938 at the invitation to Gilbert Labine, whose discovery of radium and uranium at Port Radium opened the region to industry and exploration. And really it was of the members of Group 7, Jackson painted, this is what he painted. So, with all that in mind, I have $90,000 to start at $95,000 now. At $95,000 now. In advance at $95,000. Online, $100,000. Online at $100,000. To the online bidder at $100,000. Welcoming more bids now. Clears you all in the room. It's with the online bidder at $100,000. To the online bidder at $100,000. Clears you all in the room. To the online bidder at $100,000. Are we all through? At $100,000. The hammer is up at 110. 2 bidders came in at the same time. 110. What are you guys waiting for? It's like, just bid. 120 online. He's quicker. 120,000 online at 120. This online bidder is quicker at $120,000. To the online bidder at $120,000. Next bid's 130. To the online bidder, still excellent value at $120,000. To the online bidder at $120,000. And I can sell at $120,000 for the A.Y. Jackson at $125,000. Last time. Your last chance in the digital sale room at $120,000 last time. Sold $120,000. And that is paddle 1719. Continuing on with the works from an important Canadian collection. lot 120, our feature cover lot this evening. Our feature cover lot is the masterwork Tom Thompson. This was a work that held in the Thompson family for many, many years, and the current important Canadian collector acquired it from the Thompson family. This work was in Seattle for a number of years, and it's an honor to bring this work to market. And $800,000 to start, at $800,000, $825 now, at $825,000 now, at $825,000, welcoming bids now, at $825,000. The bid is here with me at $825,000, at $825,000. I think there's people jumping in. There is $850 with Rochelle, $875 ahead of you, Rochelle, at $875. Ahead of you, Rochelle, at $875. Ahead of you, Rochelle, at $875. It's not yours, Rochelle. Ahead of you at $875. At $875, Rochelle's being shy. $900,000 with Rochelle. At $900,000, that's the spirit, Rochelle. At $900,000 with Rochelle at $900,000. Lauren, are you joining in? At $900,000 with Rochelle at $900,000. Rochelle's telephone bidder at $900,000. At $900,000, be brave. At $900,000 for the Tom Thompson, featured on our cover lot featured on our cover at $900,000. At $900,000, tell them I think they should go at $925. At $900,000, Lauren's asking me to wait at $900,000. Rochelle, you may have it, Rochelle, at $900,000. Are you truly out, Lauren? At $900,000 for the Thompson, selling now at Heffel, the Thompson, at $900,000. The hammer is up at $900,000 last time. Down it goes at $900,000. At $900,000. Thibault, I'm getting too old for that. $925,000 with Thibault. At $925,000 with Thibault. Thibault's $950,000 with Rochelle. $950,000 now with Rochelle at $950. $975 with Thibault. $975 with Thibault. At $975 with Thibault at $975. With Thibault at $975. With Thibault at $975. Rochelle, would you like to go $1 million? $1 million with Rochelle. Nice round number. At $1 million with Rochelle. That was a good decision, Rochelle. $1 million with Rochelle. He's done so well in the stock market, he should go $1,050,000. I know how well he's done. $1 million. $1 million with Rochelle at $1 million. And I can sell, nice round number, to Rochelle's, stay with me, Thibault, at $1 million with Rochelle at $1 million. Thibault, would you like to go $1,050,000? Thibault's asking me to wait. Thibault says he's out. I think you have it, Rochelle, at $1 million. The hammer is up at $1 million for the Thompson at Heffel at $1 million last time. Sold to you, Rochelle. Thank you so much. $1 million. Now, Rochelle is 640. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you to all the phone bidders. Thank you very much. Anytime you sell a painting for $1 million in Canada, that deserves clapping. It was 1999 we sold our first $1 million painting, Emily Carr, and since then, 2000. I got it wrong. I thought it was 1990. Right, 2000. But since then, we've broken the $1 million mark a number of times. Lot 121 is next. Lot 121 is next. The Lauren Harris is next from an important Canadian collection. The Lauren Harris from an important Canadian collection. And $200,000 to start. $210, $220 now. At $220,000 now in advance. At $220,000. Are we all through? At $220,000, $230, $240 ahead of you. $240 ahead of you, Kevin. $240 ahead of you, Kevin, at $240. At $240, $250 with Kevin. $250 with Kevin from our Montreal office at $250,000 now. At $250,000 with Kevin in our Montreal office. representing the Montreal office very well, Kevin Swiss French. At $250,000, at $250,000. Kevin's telephone bidder, all the way from, well, it's not so far away, from the Montreal office at $250,000. Are you bidding, Marie Helen? At $250,000. The hammer is up, Marie Helen. $260 with Marie Helen. At $260 already with Marie Helen. A little more urgency at $260 now. Kevin, $270, so $270 with Kevin. $270 with Kevin now. $270, stay with me, Marie Helen. $270 with Kevin. $280 with Marie Helen. Thank you, Marie Helen. $280 with Marie Helen. $280 with Marie Helen. Now would be a good time to bid. $290 with Kevin. $290 with Kevin. Stay with me, Marie Helen. $290. $290 with Kevin at $290. $290 with Kevin, Marie Helen. $290 with Kevin. $300 with Marie Helen. Next bid's $325. $300 with Marie Helen. $300 with Marie Helen. $325 with Kevin. Well done, Kevin. $325 with Kevin. $325 with Kevin. $350 with Marie Helen. Excellent job on the telephone, Marie Helen. $350 with Marie Helen. $350 with Marie Helen. $375 with Kevin. $375 with Kevin. $375. $400 with Marie Helen. Thank you so much, Marie Helen. $400 with Marie Helen. Colleagues from the Montreal office competing against each other on the telephone for their clients. At $400,000, Kevin says he's out. At $400,000, I think you have it, Marie Helen, at $400,000. Selling now at Heffel at Kevin's definitely out. He's hung up the phone. At $400,000. You have it, Marie Helen, $400,000. Congratulations. That's Marie Helen's paddle number, $400,000. And you guys know the paddle, right? Okay. I'll write it down here, but you know it. Lot 122 is next. Lot 122 is next. The F.H. Varley from an important Canadian collection showing his Point Grey Road home with a view of the majestic mountains in the background. And Varley was a starving artist, came out to influenced everybody in Vancouver. I'm pretty amazed he lived on Point Grey Road. That's expensive real estate in Vancouver. I don't know what it was in 1930, but I mean, couldn't have been that. It must have been relatively expensive back then too. But he rented. But still, the Frederick Varley from Kitsilano from an important Canadian collection, and I have outside interest in this lot, although I can start at a modest $150,000 to the order, $160 now, back with me. To the advanced bidder at $160,000 now. To $170, $180 back with me. $180 back with me, $180, $190, $200 back with me. $200 back with me now at $200. $210, $220 back with me. $220 back with me. Back with me at $220. $230, $240 back with me. $240 back with me. $240, $250, $260 back with me. To the advance order bid at $260,000. $270, $280. $280 to the advance order bid at $280. $290, $300 back with me. To the advance bid. To the advance bid at $300. $325, $350 back with me. $350 to the advance order bid at $350. To the advance bid at $375. And my order is out, Lindsay, at $375,000. At $375,000. And my advanced order bid is out at $375,000. At $375,000 now. At $375,000. My advanced order bid is out. $400,000 online. I know that name. $400,000 online. Welcome, sir. I'm glad you're paying attention. I think you're out of the country at the moment, but $400,000. Ahead of you, Lindsay. Lindsay shakes her head. I think you may have it, online bidder, at $400,000. Are you sure now, Lindsay? At $400,000 to the online bidder at $400,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $400,000 last time. $400,000. Is that a bid, Lindsay? $425,000 with Lindsay. 425. She had to double confirm, but it is $450,000 to the online bidder. At $450,000 to the online bidder, Lindsay, at $450,000. At $450,000, Lindsay, tell him it's only money, and how do you put a price on eternity? At $450,000. At $450,000 to the online bidder. Lindsay said she's out. Maybe she is truly out this time. To the online bidder at $450,000. The hammer is up. Fair warning, last time, $450,000. Sold to the online bidder, $450,000. Paddle 1096. 1096, also paddle. Anyhow, 1096. David looks happy. Lot 123 is next. Lot 123, the A.J. Casson from an important Canadian collection. $100,000 to start at $100,000 now. 110 at $110,000. Any advance now? Welcoming bids at online. 120, 130 with Thibault. 130 with Thibault now. 140 online. 150 with Thibault. 150 with Thibault. 160 online. 170 with Thibault. 170 with Thibault. At 170 with Thibault. 170 with Thibault's telephone bidder at 170. Not yours in the digital sale room at Heffel.com. The bid is right here in the room with Thibault. 180. I took the room first. 180 with Rochelle. 190 with Thibault. 190 with Thibault. 190 with Thibault. 200 with Rochelle. 200. 210 with Thibault. 210 with Thibault. 210 with Thibault. 220. 230 with Thibault. Thibault's quick. 230 with Thibault. 230 with Thibault. 240 with Rochelle. 250 with Thibault. 250 with Thibault. 250 with Thibault now at 250. 260 with Rochelle. 260 with Rochelle. 260 with Rochelle. 270 with Thibault. 270 with Thibault. 280 with Rochelle. 280 with Rochelle. 290 with Thibault. 290 with Thibault. 300 with Rochelle. 300 with Rochelle. 325 with Thibault. 325 with Thibault. 325 for the Casson from the important Canadian collection. 320. 350 with Rochelle. 350 with Rochelle. 350 with Rochelle at 350. Head of you, Thibault. Not yours yet. With Rochelle at $350,000, and I can sell to Rochelle's telephone bidder at $350,000. The hammer is up, Thibault. Thibault's asking me to wait. 375 with Thibault. 375 with Thibault now at 375. With Thibault at 375. With Thibault at 375. With Thibault at 375. Rochelle says she's out. Thank your phone bidder for me, Rochelle. Rochelle says she is out. That's a tongue twister. At $375,000, and I can sell to Thibault's telephone bidder at $375,000. Yours, Thibault, $375,000. Thank you so much. Thibault is 615. Congratulate your telephone bidder for me. Thank you so much. Lot 124 is next. Lot 124. The 1922 Barn Echo Arthur Lismer. The 1922 Barn Echo Arthur Lismer showing here. $700,000 to start at $700,000 now. Welcoming bids at $700,000. Welcoming bids now at $700,000. The bid is with me at $700,000. $725 online. $750 back with me. $750 back with me at $775 online. At $775 to the online bidder at $775. To the excellent online bidder at $775. You can see it right here at $775. At $775 to the online bidder at $775. Are you bidding, Marie Helen? At $775 to the online bidder at $775. Are you bidding, Marie Helen? to the online bidder. Marie Helen's asking me to wait. 800,000. 800,000 with Marie Helen at 800,000. With Marie Helen at $800,000. The bid is here in the room, on the telephone in the room, at $800,000. Not yours online, at $800,000. The bid is with Marie Helen at $800,000. Are we all through? At $800,000. Welcoming more bids. 825 is next, as you can see in your bidding app from the comfort of your home. At $800,000, 825 is next with the online bidder. 825 with the online bidder at 825. With the online bidder at 825. With the 850 with Marie Helen. 850 with Marie Helen now at 850. With Marie Helen at 850. With Marie Helen at 850,000. Not yours online. At 850,000. With Marie Helen at 850,000. The bid is right here in the room at $850,000. The hammer is up, and I can sell for the Arthur Lismer at Heffel at $850,000. Your last chance, selling now at $875,000 online. At $875,000 online. At $875,000 online. Stay with me, Marie Helen. At $875,000. At $900,000 with Marie Helen. Thank you so much, Marie Helen. At $900,000. The bid is right here with Marie Helen at $900,000 now. At $900,000. Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $900,000. Not yours online at heffel.com at $900,000. With Marie Helen at $900,000. The hammer is up, and I can sell. Selling now at Heffel, the Arthur Lismer Bon Echo at $900,000 last time. Are you coming back in online? Last time at $900,000 last time. Sold. You're a bidder, Marie Helen. You guys have the number, right? I wrote it down too. Lot 125 is next. Lot 125 is next. The circa 1918 Lauren Harris, purchased from Lang Galleries, purchased by her parents from Lang Galleries in 1962, and remained in the same family for over 6 decades. So this Lauren Harris has not been for sale since Lang sold it in 1962. And with that in mind, $100,000 to start at $100,000. 110 now. At $110,000 now. Any advance at $110,000. At $110,000. At $110,000. Welcoming bids now. 120 online. At 120 online now. At 120 online at 120. At 120,000 to the online bidder at 120,000. Now would be a good time to join in, Mary Jo. At 120,000. Mary Jo shakes her head. Marie Helen, would you like to join in? At $120,000 to the online bidder at $120,000. And I can sell at $120,000, 130 in the room. Thank you so much. New bidder in the room, 140 online. I think that's a new online bidder, 140 online. Would you like to go 150, sir? 140 online, still excellent value. 140 online, 150, shall we? I think you should, 150, thank you. Online bid came too, but I took the bid in the room. I took the bid in the room at 150. I did see the online bidder. I took the bid in the room at 150. An online bid also came in. I took 160 online. 160 online. 160 depth. There's depth. There's depth here. At 160 to the online bidder at 160. Depth is good. At 160,000 to the online bidder. Gentleman in the room shakes his head. You sure now, sir? At 160,000, I can sell to the online bidder. Selling now for Lauren Harris. Another online bidder at 170 online. At 170 online. They're thinking about it online. At 170 to the online bidder at 170. To the other online bidder at 170. There's several online bids. See? Told you there was depth on this. 170,000. 180 online. 180 online. 180 online. Several places now. 180. Online at 180. Thank you, David. At 180. They're paying close attention as well. They're watching. 180 online. at 180 to the online bidder at 180. The online bidder, paddle 1441 online at 180,000, and I can sell. The hammer is up at 180,000. Fair warning, last time, down it goes at 180,000. Sold to the online bidder at 180,000. They're making me work for it, though, aren't they? 1441. Oh, okay. Lot 126 is next. What, 126? The wonderful Frederick Marlett Bell Smith on London Bridge, following up on the record Bell Smith that we sold from the Hudson's Bay. This is a wonderful figurative Bell Smith of London with the figures. A wonderful picture here, showing here. And I have $30,000 to start. $30,000 now, $32,500 at $32,500 now. Any advance at $32,000? $35,000 with Christian at $35,000 with Christian at $35,000. Christian's telephone bidder at $35,000 clears you all in the room with Christian at $35,000, and I can sell at $35,000. Are we all through? At $35,000, your last chance in the room. The bid is right here on the telephone with Christian at $35,000. The hammer is up, selling now at $35,000 last time. Sold, $35,000. Well done, Christian. Thank you so much. And that's paddle 644. Lot 127 is next. Lot 127 is next. The signed and dated 1858 Cornelius Craigoff masterwork. The Cornelius Craigoff masterwork from 1858. Incredible condition of this painting. Is one of the more pristine Craigoffs that we've brought to market. $100,000 to start at $100,000. $110 now at $110,000. Any advance now? At $110,000. Welcoming more bids. $120 in the room. In the room first at $120. I saw your phone bid. $120 in the room. $130. $130. $130 on the telephone behind you. $130 behind you on the telephone. $130, not yours. $130 on the telephone. $130 on the telephone. $140. $140. Thank you. $140. Ladies bid seated at $140. Ladies bid seated at $140,000. Seated at $140,000. At $140,000. Not yours, Kevin. At $140,000. Are you bidding, Marie Helen? At $140,000. $150 with Marie Helen. $150 with Marie Helen. They're thinking about it. $150,000 now. At $150,000 with Marie Helen at $150,000. Marie Helen's telephone bidder at $150,000. At $150,000. Would you like to go $160? Thank you. Glad I asked. $160. Ladies seated at $160. At $160,000. $170 on the telephone. $170 on the telephone. $170 on the telephone. They're looking at the catalog. $170 on the telephone. At $170 on the telephone at $170. Would you like to go $180? $180. $180 back in the room. Couple seated in the room at $180. In the room at $180,000. The bid is right here in the room at $190 with Marie Helen. $190 with Marie Helen now. $190 with Marie Helen. $190 with Marie Helen. She shakes her head at $190 with Marie Helen. Are you sure now? You've come so far. We can't let you go home empty-handed. $190 with Marie Helen. You can bid $200 at $190 with Marie Helen at $190. Thank you for your bids. Thank you very much. At $190,000. I think you have it, Marie Helen. The hammer is up at $190,000. Fair warning. Fair warning once, twice, 3 times. Last time at $190. Sold, Marie Helen, $190,000. And that's Marie Helen's telephone bidder. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 128 is next. Lot 120 is next. The Sir Peter Lely's portrait of Prince Rupert, painted circa 1660s. painted circa 1660s, an exceptional rediscovered old master portrait from the Hudson's Bay Company collection, said to have been given to the company by Prince Rupert himself at its founding in 1670 founding of the Hudson's Bay. It's said that Prince Rupert gave this painting to the Hudson's Bay Company. And one other important note before we start, the buyer is hereby advised to read fully the Lot 128 Priority Special Terms of Conditions of Business that pertain to this lot. This Hudson's Bay collection had priority special terms and conditions, so you can keep a note of that as well. And 128, we're going to start here at $50,000, $55,000 to the order. To the advance absentee bidder, $60,000 online, $65,000 to the order. $65,000 to the order, $70,000, $75,000, $75,000 to the order. To the advance bidder at $75,000. To the advance absentee bidder at $75,000. The bid is with me to the order, to the advance absentee bidder at $75,000. $80,000, another online bidder, $85,000, back with me. To the order at $85,000, back with me at $85,000. $85,000, they're going to make me work for it. You can bid quicker. $85,000. $85,000 with me at $85,000. With me at $85,000. The bid is right here with me at $85,000. In the room at $85,000. $90,000. $95,000. Back to the advance order bid at $95,000. Back to the advance order bid. The advance absentee bid at $95,000. The bid is right here with me at $95,000. Not yours in the digital sale room at Heffel.com. The bid is in the room with me at $95,000. $100,000. $110,000 back with me. $110,000 back with me. It's not yours online. The bid is right here to the advance bidder at $110,000. At $110,000. Clears you all in the room and clears you all online. $120,000 online. $130,000 back with me. $130,000 back to the order bid. The advance bidder at $130,000. Back with me to my advance bidder, not yours online, to the advance bidder at $130,000. $140,000, $150,000 back with me. $150,000 back with me. $150,000 back with me. My order, advance order bid at $150,000, not yours online, not yours online. $160,000, $170,000 to the advance absentee bidder at $170,000. To the advance absentee bidder at $170,000, not yours online. The bid is right here with $180,000 online, and my advance order bid is out at $180,000. To the online bidder at $180,000. At $180,000 to the advance order bid at $180,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $180,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $180,000. Down it goes. Your last chance, the other bidders in the digital sale room. Your last chance in the room, and I am selling now the Sir Peter Lilly painting at Heffel from the Hudson's Bay collection at $180,000. The hammer is up. Last time. Sold to the online bidder, $180,000. Paddle 1722 to the old master painting at Heffel. Lot 129 is next. Lot 129 is next. The 1915 Sir Alfred Munnings painting, showing here up on the screens, the wonderful Munnings. And I have $50,000 to start, $55,000 already at $55,000. Any advance at $55,000? At $55,000. Online, $60,000, $65,000 ahead of you, online bidder. The bid's back with me at $65,000. The bid is right here with me at $65,000. The bid is right here with me at $65,000. $70,000 online. At $70,000 online, Rebecca at $70,000. At $70,000 to the online bidder at $70,000, and I can sell to the online bidder at $75,000 with Mary Jo. With Mary Jo at $75,000. With Mary Jo at $75,000. Not yours online. The bid is with Mary Jo at $75,000, $80,000 online. $80,000 online, $80,000 online now at $80,000 online at $80,000 now. 85 with Mary Jo. 85 with Mary Jo at 85 with Mary Jo at 85. Well done, Mary Jo. I like the way you yelled out bidding. 90,000. You can yell out bidding now again. 90,000 online. 90,000 online at 90,000, Mary Jo. 95 with Mary Jo. Thank you so much, Mary Jo. Head of you, online bidder, at 95,000 with Mary Jo at 95,000. It is Mary Jo's telephone bidder at $95,000, 100,000 online. At 100,000 online, next bid's 110. At 100,000 online at 100,000 online at 100. No, you should go again, Mary Jo. Really? At 100,000, I know he really wants it. At $100,000, Mary Jo's asking me to wait. At $100,000 to the online bidder at $100,000. Mary Jo, I am selling it at $100,000. Down it goes last time. Oh, she says she's out. I think you have it online. Sold to the online bidder at $100,000. Fine painting, fine price. Thank you so much to both the bidders. Thank you. Lot 130 is next. The Cornelius Craigoff, circa 1860. Cornelius Craigoff, outside interest in this lot. $40,000 to start at $40,000 to the absentee bidder at $40,000 now. To the absentee bidder, $42,500. $45,000 back with me. $45,000 to the absentee bidder, $47,500. Thank you so much. And my absentee bidder is out. In the room at $47,500. In the room at $47,000. $50,000. $50,000 on the telephone. $50,000 on the telephone at $50,000. On the telephone at $50,000. On the telephone at $50,000. $55,000. Thank you. Ladies bid seated at $55,000. Ladies bid seated at $55,000. $60,000 with Lauren. $60,000 with Lauren now at $60,000. With Lauren at $60,000. With Lauren at $60,000. $65,000. Thank you so much. $65,000. Thank you so much. $65,000. I think you have it at $65,000. Lauren says she's out. I think you have it. Congratulations. We didn't let you go home empty-handed. At $65,000. Couple seated, front of the room at $65,000. Congratulations, $65,000. And your paddle number? 83. I'm happy for you. They bid really aggressively on another piece, and they got this one. So thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I'm happy. Lot 131 is next. The Kathleen Morris. Lot 131 is next. The Kathleen Morris. The Cab Stand, Quebec. $20,000 to start. 20, 22.5, 20, 22.5 now, 25, 27,500. At 27,500, any advance now? At 27,000, 30,000 with Alec. At 30,000 with Alec at 30,000. With Alec at 30,000. With Alec at $30,000. With Alec, it's not yours, at $30,000. With Alec, $32,500 in the room. In the room at $32,500. $35,000, another in the room at $35,000. In the room up front at $35,000. $37,500 on the telephone. $37,500 on the telephone. $37,500 on the telephone. On the telephone, not yours, $37,500 on the telephone. Not yours there and not yours there. It's on the telephone at $37,000. New bidder, $40,000. Another new, there's depth on this painting too, $40,000. $40,000. Head of you, Alec, at $40,000. Alex said he's out. I think, are you two out? At $40,000. Gentlemen seated at $40,000. The hammer is up. $42,500. They're back in. He shakes his head. I think you have it at $42,500. At $42,500. Selling now at Heffel at $42,500 last time. Sold, $42,500. Woohoo! Congratulations. And I can't remember the, 18, right. Right. Great job. I feel like I almost said the name, but anyhow. Lot 132 is next. It's like when I didn't say your name. Lot 132 is next. Lot 132 is next, the circa 1914, 1915 figurative Tom Thompson. Rochelle, you should be on the phone for this lot. The Tom Thompson, $150,000 to start at $150,000 now. Any advance at $150,000? At $150,000 for the Tom Thompson at $150,000. Welcoming bids now in the room. The bid is with me at $150,000, at $150,000, $160,000, $170,000 now. At $170,000. Any advance now? At $170,000. Welcoming bids in the room at $170,000, $180,000, $190,000. At $190,000 already. At $190,000. At $190,000. Anybody else like to join in? Clears you all in the room at $190,000. Are we all through? At $190,000. Your last chance in the digital sale room, and your last chance in the room. The Tom Thompson at $190,000. The hammer is up. Your last chance at $190,000. Pass, $190,000. Lot 133 is next. The Emily Carr, Cressy-en-Brie. The Lot 133, the 1911 French period Emily Carr. $40,000 to start at $40,000. $42,500 now. At $42,500. Any advance now at $42,000? $45,000. $47,500. Back with me at $47,500. Back with me at $50,000 online. $50,000 to the online bidder at $50,000. I think there were a couple online bidders. At $50,000, another online bidder, $55,000. A new online bidder at $55,000. Several online bids on this lot. At $55,000 to the online bidder at $55,000. $60,000 online. $60,000 online. There's several online bidders on this lot. At $60,000 now to the online bidder at $60,000. Get your clicks in early at $60,000. At $60,000 to the online bidder at $60,000. And I can sell to the online bidder, selling now at Heffel, $65,000. The online bidder's back in. Sorry, I said two online bidders came in. But I took the one that came in first, $65,000. Would you like to go $70,000? $65,000 to the online bidder. They're thinking about it. At $65,000, still excellent value. $70,000, thank you. The bid is in the room now at $70,000, not online. Lady seated, $70,000 in the room at $70,000. And I can sell, selling now in the room, $75,000 online. It's back in. This is one of several online bidders is back in at $75,000. At $75,000, still very good value at $75,000. He's telling her to bid again, $75,000, or they're talking about it, at $75,000. Are you out? At $75,000, selling now. The hammer is up at $75,000 last time. Sold to the online bidder, $75,000, and the paddle is 1440. Lot number 134 is next, the Village Pattern. Village Pattern, A.J. Casson, the circa 1958, 1959. A.J. Casson showing here up on the screens. I've got considerable interest in this lot, but I can still start at a modest $100,000 to start. $100,000, $110,000 now. At $110,000. Any advance now? At $110,000. Welcoming $120,000 with Mary Jo on the telephone. With Mary Jo on the telephone at $120,000. With Mary Jo on the $130,000 online. $130,000 online, $140,000 with Mary Jo. $140,000 with Mary Jo now, $140,000. With Mary Jo at $140,000. With Mary Jo at $140,000. $150,000 with Kirby. $150,000 with Kirby. She calls out bidding nicely. $150,000 with Kirby. At $150,000 with Kirby. $150,000 with Kirby's telephone bidder at $150,000. At $150,000 with Kirby at $150,000. $160,000 with Mary Jo. $160,000 with Mary Jo now. $170,000 with Kirby. $170,000 with Kirby at $170,000 with Kirby at $170,000. Are you bidding, Mary Jo? $170,000 with Kirby. Mary Jo says she's out. I think you have it, Kirby, at $170,000. $180,000 with Marie Helen. $180,000 with Marie. $190,000 with Kirby. 190 with Kirby, 190 with Kirby, 190 with Kirby now, 190, 200, 200 with Marie Helen at 200, at 200 with Marie Helen at 200, 210's next, still excellent value at 210, 210 with Kirby, 210 with Kirby, 210 with Kirby, 210 with Kirby on the telephone at 210. Ahead of you, Marie Helen, at 210 with Kirby at 210. At 210, Marie Helen shakes her head. I think you have it, Kirby, at $210,000. The hammer is up, selling now. The AJ Casson at Heffel, selling now at $210,000. Here's Kirby, $210,000. Congratulations. And Kirby is 635. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my last lot this evening. I'm going to sell this lot, and then I'll introduce Thibault Bennett up to the podium, who will conduct the rest of the sale. Lot 135 is next. Lot 135, the circa 1931 the circa 1931 David Brown Milne, Village and Country. $40,000 to start at $40,000 now. Any advance? 42.5. Several places. 45, 47.5 ahead of you. At 47.5 ahead of you both at 47.5. 50,000 up front at $50,000. Up front 55 online. 60. Another. This has depth. 60,000 back of the room. 60,000 back of the room. Back of the room. Gentlemen seated far left at 60,000. 65 online. 65 online. 65 online. The bid is online at 65. 65 online at 65 online. 70,000 with Rochelle. They're making me work on my last lot. 70,000 with Rochelle. At 70,000. Not yours online. Not yours there. Not yours there. Not yours there. 70,000 with Rochelle at 70,000. And I can sell at 70,000. The hammer is up at 70,000. Last time. Down it goes at 75,000 online. 75,000 ahead of you, Rochelle, at 75,000. At 75,000 ahead of you, Rochelle, at 75,000. 80,000 with Rochelle. At 80,000 with Rochelle at 80,000. At 80,000 with Rochelle at 80,000. At 80,000, the bid is in the room, on the telephone, in the room at 80,000. Not yours online at 80,000. The hammer is up. Not yours online, and I am selling at $80,000 last time. Yours, Rochelle, 80,000. Thank you so much. And Rochelle is 640. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to welcome Thibault Bennett up to the podium, and he will conduct the rest of the auction. Woohoo!
Thank you so much, Robert and David. Thank you. It's my pleasure to conduct the last 5 lots of this evening's sale. And moving right along, lot 136 is next. The rugged and colorful 1921 group sketch, country north of Lake Superior, the Lauren Harris, lot 136. And we'll start the bidding here at $75,000, $75,80, $85,000, $90,000 already now. Online bid, $95,000. $95,000 to the online bidder. The bid is online here at $95,000. Any advance? At $95,000. Ahead of you, Christian. The bid is right here online at $95,000. $100,000 with April. On the telephones here with April from our Toronto office. The bid is $100,000 here. Ahead of you online, $110,000 to the online bidder. Ahead of you now, April. It's with the online bidder at $110,000. Any advance on 110? 120. Thank you, April. It's with April now. Ahead of you online. Come back to me online. It's not yours yet. It's with April here at $120,000. 130. Thank you so much. Gentlemen seated at $130,000. In the room here at $130,000. Ahead of you, April. 140. Back with April. Would you like to try one more, sir? 150. Thank you so much. Ahead of you now, April. It's 150 in the room here. Gentlemen seated. 160 with April now. Ahead of you, sir. Ahead of you online, 170. Gentlemen seated at $170,000. Not yours, April. Not yours online. $180,000 with April Yin in our Toronto office here. To my right on the phone banks at $180,000. Clears you all in the room. Ahead of you online. Here it is with April, and I can sell 190. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen seated at 190,000. Bring me 200, April, please. 190 to the gentleman seated here. Are you sure now? No regrets. And I'm going to sell to the gentleman ahead of you online. The hammer is up. Selling now for the Harris at Heffel. And it's yours, sir. $190,000. And your paddle again, please. 37. Thank you so much. Paddle 37. Moving right along, lot 137 is next. The A.J. Casson, the serene and beautiful Casson canvas, summer landscape, showing on the screens behind me. And I can start the bidding here at $90,000, 95 already, $100,000, and 110 now is bid. To my commission bidder at 110. I see your bid, Anthony. Was that for 120? The bid is with me at $110,000. Ahead of you now, Anthony. Ahead of you, Kirby. Online bid at $120,000. Back to me at $130,000. 140, 150 back to my absentee bidder, Kirby. Just ahead of you. 160, 170 back to my absentee bidder. Not yours yet, Kirby. It's 170 here. 180, 190 back to my absentee bidder. It's 190 here. Ahead of you, Anthony. Anthony says he's out. 200, 210 now back to my absentee bidder. Aggressive commission bid in the books. It's just ahead of you, Kirby. Bring me one more. Bring me 220. The bid is here. 220. Thank you so much. 230 back to my absentee bidder. The bid is $230,000 in the books here. One more, Kirby, please. Bring me one more. 240. 240. Thank you so much. 250 back to my absentee bidder. Try one more. $250,000 to my aggressive absentee bid here. And I can sell at $250,000. Do you like one more, Kirby? Are you sure now? No regrets. $250,000 is bid. $260,000, thank you so much. And my absentee bidder is out. It's yours, Kirby. Any advance on $260,000, and I can sell. Last call. Last call online. The hammer is up. And I'm selling to Kirby's telephone bidder at $260,000. Last call. Sold to you, Kirby. $260,000. Moving right along, lot 138 is next. The Emily Carr, the vibrant Emily Carr oil on paper from the artist's celebrated mature period. Trunks on a hilltop. And I can start the bidding here at $47,500. $47,500, $50,000 now. $55,60. The bid is here at $60,000 for the car. Any advance on $60,000? $65,000, thank you, Lindsay. With Lindsay's telephone bidder at $65,000. Any advance on $65,000? Are you coming in, Alec? It's ahead of you. It's with Lindsay at $65,000. Bring me 70, Alec. $65,000 now. Ahead of you all online, $70,000 with Alec. With Alec Kerr in our Toronto office. Thank you, Lindsay. $75,000 now. Ahead of you, Alec. It's with Lindsay at $75,000. Would you like to go 80, Alec? It's with Lindsay at $80,000 with Alec. Try one more, 85. Thank you so much. $85,000 now with Lindsay. Give me the wait signal. I'll wait a moment out of courtesy for your bidder. Thank you so much. $90,000. Glad I waited. Lindsay, are you coming back in? $95,000. $95,000 for the car, oil on paper. Any advance? $100,000. Nice round number. Next is 110. 110, thank you, Lindsay. With Lindsay's bidder at $110,000. 120 with Alec. Any advance on 120? 130. 130 now with Lindsay. Your turn, Alec. 130 now is bid for the car. He says he's out. $130,000. It's yours, Lindsay. And I'm selling now. The hammer is up. Last call for the car at Heffel. Sold to you, Lindsay. $130,000. Paddle number 619, 30K. And up next is lot 139, the Marc Aurèle Fortin, the oil on board, circa 1945 oil on board, a favorite at the Montreal preview. And I can start the bidding here at $20,000, $22,500 already, $22,500, $25,000, $27,500, thank you so much, $27,500, $30,000 now, $30,000 in the room. Ladies bid seated. $32,500 already, $32,500 online. Ahead of you now. $35,000. Back to the order here at $37,500. $40,000, thank you so much. Back to the order at $42,500 now. It's the order's bid at $42,500. Ahead of you all. The order clears your bid, $45,000, and my order bid is out. $45,000 now. To the online bidder, paddle 1728, $47,500 online. Digital sale room bidding war here, online, paddle 1440. Any advance on $47,500. Ahead of you all, and I can sell to the online bidder at $47,500. Ahead of you in the room, try one more. And I'll sell to the online bidder at $47,500. Are we all through? The hammer is up. Last call to the online bidder here. Selling now. For the Fortin at Heffel, $47,500, last call. Sold to paddle 1440 online. Thank you, David. And for the final lot of this evening's sale, ladies and gentlemen, this charming Fortin, the oil on canvas, in the village, lot 140 here. And we'll start the bidding at $18,000, $19,000 already. $20,000, $22,500 back with me. $22,500 is the bid. Ahead of you all. Online at $25,000 now. $25,000 has it. Any advance on $25,000 for the Fortin? Thank you so much. $27,500 with Christian Martin in our Toronto office. $27,500 is the bid. Ahead of you online, $30,000 in multiple places online. $30,000 is bid. $32,500. Thank you, Christian. $32,500 on the telephones with Christian at the back of the room. $35,000 to the online bidder now, just ahead of you, Christian. It's not yours yet. Thank you so much. $37,500. Ahead of you online, I took Christian's telephone bidder at $37,500. Come back to me. $40,000 now to the online bidder. Ahead of you, Christian, it's at $40,000 now. $42,500. Ahead of you online, it's with Christian's telephone bidder at $42,500. Are you coming back online? $45,000. It's ahead of you now, Christian. It's at $45,000. Bring me one more. It's with the online bidder here currently. $47,500 with Christian, just ahead of you online. It's not yours yet. It's with Christian at $47,500. To the telephone bid. I'll give you a moment. Next is $50,000. It might be yours, Christian. $50,000. Came back in at $50,000. Next is $55,000, please. One more bid might take it. The bid is online at $50,000. She says she's out. It's paddle 1536 in the digital sale room. And I can sell, and the hammer is up. Selling now for the Fortin at Heffel. Sold to the online bidder. 1536. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our sale. Thank you so much to our bidders and consigners for another historic evening at Heffel. We're already accepting consignments for the fall sale, so please contact one of our many specialists across the country for a complimentary auction estimate. And don't forget, our May online auction closes next week, May 28th on Thursday, so please visit heffel.com for some wonderful gems to be found. Please leave your paddles on your seat as you leave and join us for some snacks outside. And thank you so much for joining us this evening. Thank you.